Hamilton House is an English language teaching publishing company committed to developing materials that play a critical role in raising the quality of English language learning around the world. Our books are currently being used in many leading private language schools as well as government schools around the world. At Hamilton House, we are all well aware that teaching English is a difficult and demanding task, and that teachers require innovative, high-quality resources to inspire their students. The editorial and writing staff at Hamilton House draw on their experience of international markets and feedback from many teachers over the years to develop a wide range of materials that will motivate and help students learn English. Our materials combine the best of the latest developments in education in multiple formats and media, with CLIL, values, and learner-centered instruction that address the distinct learning needs, interests, aspirations, and cultural backgrounds of individual students and their teachers. All of our courses come with our exclusive interactive whiteboard software for the teacher and ebooks for students. This software includes live videos, animations, games, and interactive exercises which will bring your classrooms to life while enhancing your students' learning experience. We are also pleased to announce the launch of the Hamilton House digital online platform. This is a multi-platform online learning environment for learners of English. Students log in to complete a wide variety of online activities, including reading, grammar, vocabulary, and listening practice. The online exercises complement Hamilton House coursebooks to offer a blended learning solution, thus enhancing the learning experience. Furthermore, our platform is the ideal tool for online and distance learning. For more information, please visit www.hamiltonhousepublishers.com. Hamilton House is an English language teaching publishing company committed to developing materials that play a critical role in raising the quality of English language learning around the world. Our books are currently being used in many leading private language schools as well as government schools around the world. At Hamilton House, we are all well aware that teaching English is a difficult and demanding task, and that teachers require innovative, high-quality resources to inspire their students. The editorial and writing staff at Hamilton House draw on their experience of international markets and feedback from many teachers over the years to develop a wide range of materials that will motivate and help students learn English. Our materials combine the best of the latest developments in education in multiple formats and media, with CLIL, values, and learner-centered instruction that address the distinct learning needs, interests, aspirations, and cultural backgrounds of individual students and their teachers. All of our courses come with our exclusive interactive whiteboard software for the teacher and ebooks for students. This software includes live videos, animations, games, and interactive exercises which will bring your classrooms to life while enhancing your students' learning experience. We are also pleased to announce the launch of the Hamilton House Digital Online Platform. This is a multi-platform online learning environment for learners of English. Students log in to complete a wide variety of online activities, including reading, grammar, vocabulary, and listening practice. The online exercises complement Hamilton House coursebooks to offer a blended learning solution, thus enhancing the learning experience. Furthermore, our platform is the ideal tool for online and distance learning. For more information, please visit www.hamiltonhousepublishers.com.
Guess what? It has like hurricanes, there's tornadoes. It can start off with rain or it could just go out of nowhere. It makes a loud noise like it's a storm! Guess what?
You can get it at restaurants.
The slices look like a triangle.
One of the ingredients is cheese.
It's a pizza! It's see-through.
It reflects you.
It's shiny.
You can punch it really hard and then it cracks.
It's glass!
Guess what? DJs wear them.
You have to plug them in for them to work.
They're like a cushion for your ears.
You can get them in lots of different colours.
They're headphones.
I've enjoyed writing all my books, and I enjoy writing the same way I enjoy teaching, and the two activities feed into one another. This one was a slightly different experience. It was a very happy one. I really enjoyed particularly writing this book because it was coming out of my own feelings, my own thoughts about what I've been doing all these years. I also had in this book, much more than in any of the others, a very strong sense of audience, a strong sense that I was sort of writing a letter to teachers out there and seeing them and speaking to them personally. And I hope that this feeling of direct dialogue comes across in the book when you read it. one of the people who made the most impression on me was Andrew Wright, who came out to Israel where I was teaching when I was, I don't know, in the early years of my teaching, not right at the beginning, but certainly fairly early on, and gave a couple of workshops where he presented all sorts of activities and teaching ideas, which were absolutely brilliant, and also presented them in a unique Andrew way, very, very warmly, clearly, and funnily. And I learnt an enormous amount. I think that's what triggered both it helped to re-enthuse me with the teaching, and it triggered off my own writing. So I owe him a great debt. We later, Andrew and I, co-wrote a book called 5-Minute Activities, which is to this day the bestseller in the series. So that was a nice partnership. The other big influence on me has been Michael Swan, who edited my first book, Discussions That Work, and taught me an enormous amount, because he's a brilliant teacher himself, so he taught me an enormous amount about teaching, and also about how to write a book. I wouldn't have written all the rest of my books without Michael. Most recently, I think the tip about smile. I remember giving a presentation at one of the conferences. This is when I was quite a mature teacher and already started writing and publishing and attending conferences and giving sessions. And I came out of a session and someone came up to me at the end and said, that was a really good session, but why are you so serious all the time? I thought, wow, I've got to do something about this. And the reason is, of course, that I'm sort of tense and focused on what I'm going to say, and what am I going to say next, and what have I just said, and what words should I use. And I didn't have sort of free time to sit back and smile and relate more to my audience. And that was a real eye-opener. So I tried to make sure from then on, with both in my classroom teaching and in conferences and in interviews like this, I smile as well as be serious.
Hi everyone! Are you ready to join me on a super safari adventure? You are? That's great! Now, let me introduce you to my friends. Gina, Leo, and Mike. And my name's Polly. Come on, sing along and dance with us.
Walking through the jungle, what can you see? I can see a crocodile looking at me. A crocodile? A crocodile? Snap, snap, snap. Walking through the jungle, what can you see? I can see a tiger looking at me. A tiger? A tiger? Roar! 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 Walking through the jungle, what can you see? I can see a snake looking at me. A snake? A snake? Hiss! 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 Walking through the jungle, what can you see? I can see an elephant looking at me. An elephant? An elephant? Stomp, stomp, stomp! Walking through the jungle.
That was great! Keep practicing the song and the moves. And then, when you're ready, your teacher can enter you into our Super Safari competition. Good luck, everyone! Squawk!
I feel much more confident in my teaching abilities.
I feel amazing. For me, it's a big accomplishment.
Amazing and also rewarding.
And online teaching, I'm not a very tech person, so put a little bit of pressure on me.
Well, the input was great. The social part was there as well. I feel like I'm part of a network now.
It's great. Even when you're tired, it's still engaging.
Online is easier. The content quality is the same, for sure, which is very high.
I think it gave us more time, we didn't have to commute to International House and back. We had, I think, easier access to all the resources, like they were right there.
Do it. Do it as soon as possible. Don't postpone for another year.
Maybe, and this is only because I felt this way, maybe to play with Zoom a little bit before starting the course.
Just do it, but make sure that you pause your life.
First of all, it's going to make me a better teacher for the position I currently hold. And I cannot wait to see I teach kids next year and dazzle them with all my new ideas and capabilities.
I have been a freelancer for the past 2 years, and because I miss being, with people, with a team, and be part of a team. And
I am also a bit of a traveler, and I hope to work and being able to see different parts of the world.
for me, this was more than I could ask or hope for. The course is very well organized.
Cambridge level, that quality, that involvement, that feedback, that support, everything. It was beyond my expectations.
Engage and motivate your learners. Recognize student and classroom achievement. And bring English language learning to life with MyELT from National Geographic Learning. Designed for English language learning, the MyELT platform allows teachers to deliver engaging and interactive practice and reinforcement to learners anytime, anywhere. Laptop and tablet compatible, MyELT hosts a wide variety of activity types to support the classroom, including audio and video from trusted sources such as National Geographic and TED Talks.
He tries many times, and at last he climbs onto the bridge. Now he is riding up the bridge. But Danny has a problem. Riding up the bridge is easy, but it is difficult to ride down the other side.
Pronunciation and speech recognition.
It is likely that a volcano will erupt if it is active.
Practice exercises and activities. Games, and more. MyELT helps teachers make the most of valuable learning time with easy-to-use tools for scheduling assignments and checking student performance. With MyELT, teachers are able to assign fun and interactive learning activities which reinforce and consolidate work done in the classroom, automatically monitor class and individual progress, and measure learners' strengths and weaknesses with just a few clicks. The MyELT system automatically grades almost every activity, saving you from hours of hand-grading homework. With interactive practice that supports the classroom and carefully leveled multimedia content, MyELT provides your learners with a dynamic and engaging English language learning experience.
I've enjoyed writing all my books, and I enjoy writing the same way I enjoy teaching, and the two activities feed into one another. This one was a slightly different experience. It was a very happy one. I really enjoyed particularly writing this book because it was coming out of my own feelings, my own thoughts about what I've been doing all these years. I also had in this book, much more than in any of the others, a very strong sense of audience, a strong sense that I was sort of writing a letter to teachers out there and seeing them and speaking to them personally. And I hope that this feeling of direct dialogue comes across in the book when you read it. One of the people who made the most impression on me was Andrew Wright, who came out to Israel where I was teaching when I was, I don't know, in the early years of my teaching, not right at the beginning, but certainly fairly early on, and gave a couple of workshops where he presented all sorts of activities and teaching ideas which were absolutely brilliant, and also presented them in a unique Andrew way, very warmly, clearly, and funnily. And I learnt an enormous amount. I think that's what triggered both it helped to re-enthuse me with the teaching, and it triggered off my own writing. So I owe him a great debt. We later, Andrew and I, co-wrote a book called 5-Minute Activities, which is to this day the bestseller in the series. So that was a nice partnership. The other big influence on me has been Michael Swan, who edited my first book, Discussions at Work, and taught me an enormous amount, because he's a brilliant teacher himself, so he taught me an enormous amount about teaching and also about how to write a book. I wouldn't have written all the rest of my books without Michael. Most recently, I think the tip about smile. I remember giving a presentation at one of the conferences. This is when I was quite a mature teacher and already started writing and publishing and attending conferences and giving sessions. And I came out of a session and someone came up to me at the end and said, that was a really good session, but why are you so serious all the time? I thought, wow, I've got to do something about this. And the reason is, of course, that I'm sort of tense and focused on what I'm going to say and what am I going to say next and what have I just said and what words should I use, and I didn't have sort of free time to sit back and smile and relate more to my audience, and that was a real eye-opener. So I tried to make sure from then on, with both in my classroom teaching and in conferences and in interviews like this, I smile as well as be serious.
Hello. Hello and welcome to our session called Teaching English in Changing Times. My name is Nina Lauder and I will be your speaker for the next half hour or 40 minutes. Okay, the first thing is just to say welcome to our webinar. The session, as you know, will be pre-recorded, but there will be time at the end of the session for questions and answers. And I'd very much like to thank Fisher International for the opportunity to work with teachers in Romania again. It's a pleasure to be here. The outline for today's session is first we're going to do a quick warm-up. Then we're going to talk about the situation of emergency remote teaching. We're going to look at what will happen or what might happen if we go back to school with the COVID situation. And then, as I said before, we'll be looking at questions and answers. This is not my first time working with teachers in Romania. As you can see from the photos, it's been a long time since I've been to your lovely country, but I was there for the Fisher Conference in 2011, where we were treated with a limousine. And I was also there working with teachers in 2012, when I had the opportunity to visit Brasov and the Bram Castle. So I felt very lucky. It was very snowy, but it was a very nice visit. Now, a little bit about your teacher. As you can see here on the slide, there's some information about me. And what you have to do is try to figure out why I put these images on the screen. So you have a photo of me. So obviously that's my name, Nina Lauder, but what about this other information? So I'll just give you a second to think about that. Why is that information there and what does it represent? So just a moment. Let's see, got some flags, some numbers, some pictures. So what do you think? Have some ideas? Let's take a look. Well, as you've probably guessed by my accent, I am from Canada. From Canada, where one of our animals that's very common to find in Canada are our raccoons. So here I have Coon to say hello to you all this morning. So I am from Canada. Right next to Canada, you have an image of somebody dancing flamenco. That's because I'm based now in Spain, in the south of Spain, in Seville. And then the rest of the information here, 29. 29 is the number of years I have been teaching. So I started my teaching career in the early 90s in Greece and have very much enjoyed my profession ever since. The other images are of some of the textbooks I've written and worked on, and finally some of my free time activities, which have obviously been changed a bit with the pandemic. But I love reading, which I can still do, love doing sports, which I can do as much as I can, and also did enjoy traveling until all of this pandemic happened. So anyway, that's a little bit about your teacher. And now we're going to go on to do a quick warm-up game you can use in class. So on this next slide, you can see 3 vehicles: a sports car, a tricycle, and a bulldozer. Now you have to decide, which of these vehicles am I? Which of these vehicles is Nina? And why? So I'll just give you a sec. If I were a form of transportation, which one of these 3 would I be and why? Have your ideas? Let's take a look. Okay, so moving on, we have here my answer. And I had said that I relate to being a tricycle, that if I were a vehicle, I would probably be a tricycle because I love being outdoors and I like taking things easy. So, don't know if you guessed correctly or not, but that was our little intro. And now over to you. So on this next slide, you have to think a little bit about what you would be and why. So here we have the option if your birthday is from January to June. If you were a fruit, what fruit would you be and why? And if you were an animal, what animal would you be and why? So this very easy warm-up activity can be used in class. It helps students work on key vocabulary. Before you do the activity, you can brainstorm some key characteristics that they can use. For example, if I were a fruit, I'd be a watermelon because I'm happy and juicy or whatever. Or you might say, if I were an animal, I'd be an eagle because I love overlooking things. So again, before you begin the activity with the students, you can brainstorm transport, animals, fruit, whatever it is, and then brainstorm key characteristics. So that was just a little bit of a warm-up. Unfortunately, I can't find out about you yet. But anyway, I hope you had a chance to think about that and that maybe you can use that in your classes. Perfect. So now, looking at remote learning. And we're just going to start with a quick quote. And as it says here, at the core, education is about nurturing strengths and about growth and learning. So whether we're in the class or teaching online, we need to keep these core values, I think, in our minds. So just something there for us to think about. So moving on, many of us were thrown into emergency remote teaching last spring. And just take a quick look at these people and figure out which number are you, number 1 to 8. So which one best shows how did you feel about emergency remote teaching? So I must admit, in my own case, I was like number 7 at the beginning, like, when I began, but I managed to get more or less to number 3, despite some technical difficulties that I had, and I'm sure you had, when we were dealing with remote teaching. Okay, the next part here, just taking a quick look at what tools you might have used while you were remote teaching. Obviously, there are a number of different platforms, a number of different websites you might have used, but I've just put a few of them here. So we've got Zoom, WhatsApp, Skype, the school platform, email, Microsoft Teams, using PowerPoints that you might have sent the students, Blackboard Collaborate, Adobe Collaborate is another one, Moodle platforms, and many others. So just have a quick think there. If you had a new teacher coming to the school, which of these tools would you recommend? Which ones wouldn't you recommend? Why or why not? So like I said, I've experimented with different ones. They all have their pros and contras, but just something for us to think about and maybe share our ideas at the end of the session. Okay, so looking on to the next part here, as it says, times have changed. The title of the seminar is Teaching in Changing Times. So times have changed, but we still need to think about what students need, what students want, and what students like, regardless of our teaching environment. So these are things just to bear in mind, that no matter how we're teaching, we do need to keep in mind what our students want, need, and like. So, 2 questions here. What has changed? And what stays the same? So just think about that for a moment. With emergency remote teaching, what changed? And what stays the same? So I'll just give you a moment to think about that. What changed? And what remains the same? Okay, got some answers ready? Let's see. Okay, so things that have changed. Obviously, the format of teaching. If we were used to doing face-to-face classes and suddenly we're teaching online, obviously the format of our classes has changed. Also, the focus might have changed. Just like what we're doing now, the communication tasks might be limited in an online situation. We have to think about what focus we might be using or how we might change the format to meet the focus we're aiming at. Obviously, our circumstances have changed. That we're not actually in the classroom, so the circumstances have changed for us, and the circumstances change for our students. In my case, I was very lucky. The students managed to meet these changes very successfully. But I know that, especially for those of you working with very young learners, it was a real challenge, this shift in our circumstances. And then, of course, the amount of parental involvement changed greatly, especially for those of us working with young learners. They might not be as technologically apt. And so sometimes parents had to be more involved than they might have during our daily lives in an in-school situation. Okay, so those were the things that have changed. But now let's look at what stays the same. So looking at what stays the same, well, we're still teachers. Whether we're teaching online, teaching face-to-face, teaching large groups, teaching small groups, teaching in academies, teaching in schools, we're still teachers. We're still creative and we're still hardworking. I think teachers last spring, at least the teachers I've worked with in Spain, made a huge effort to meet these new requirements and new needs. Apart from that, we're all still able to learn. We're able to change. We took on new challenges. Like I said before, we still need to have our main focus, obviously, on educating students, keeping in mind what they want, what they like, what they need, despite this new format. And then, of course, we still need to provide students with meaningful activities, age-appropriate activities, language-appropriate activities, despite a change in circumstances. So, big question. What can we do? What did we do last spring? And what can we do if we are faced with the situation of emergency remote teaching again? So just take a minute to think about what you can do or what recommendations you would give maybe a new teacher coming to your school who isn't familiar with remote teaching. Okay, so just think for a moment there and let's look at some suggestions. Okay, so on this question of what can we do, I've put some suggestions here. So the first one is to explore new ways of teaching online. So we talked about some different platforms. We talked about different web pages. You might want to investigate the idea of using some flipped learning in your class. So explore as much as you can. Of course, we also need to improve learner autonomy. Students are going to be working on their own at home quite often. They might not have English language support at home. So we're going to have to make sure that the activities allow students a chance to grow and learn by themselves and also help them become more autonomous. Another thing we need to do is be resourceful, be creative, be patient with ourselves and with the students and with the parents. On the topic of parents, we should try to provide them with as much support as possible so they can understand what is expected of students at home. Share ideas and resources with other teachers. I think that's very useful. Maybe have a platform at school where you guys can share your ideas. And then, of course, explore educational websites, some of which we will look at in a minute. Okay, so let's look now at some activities you might be able to put into practice in remote learning situations. Okay, the first thing we're going to look at here are our puppets. So this is Lucky from one of the Explorers series, but you can use any puppet, even just a little handmade finger puppet. Oh, a kiss. So you can use puppets for your classes. So I think many of us have an idea of how to use puppets in class, but how can we use puppets online? So just think for a minute. How do you use puppets in your class? And how could you use puppets online? So just have a quick think. Let's look at some ideas. Okay, so here I've listed some ideas for how we usually use our puppets in class. So quite often we use puppets for our daily routine, like what day is it, what month is it, what's the weather like, and the puppet can help us pick the flashcard, or the puppet can help us with our hello, how are you, what's your name routine. Here, where's Lucky, which is the name of the doggy puppet. We could hide the puppet somewhere and then ask the students, where is it? Is it on the desk? Is it under the chair? Is it in my bag? So, using the puppet for a preposition review or for things in the classroom furniture. Another thing that children love doing is dressing the puppet. So of course you can have your puppet and then you can put on a hat or you can put on a jacket so we can dress the puppet. You can do all sorts of drama games with puppets, and then you can talk about how the little puppet feels. So for example, in the case of Coon, Coon might be feeling sad, or might be feeling happy, or might be feeling scared. Oh, poor Coon, he's feeling scared. So we can do all of these things in the class. But of course, if we're teaching remotely, what can we do? So let's look at a few suggestions for how we can use the puppet in remote teaching. So much like what we do in class, the puppet could still be used for things like the daily routine. So you could have a little daily routine chart at home, and the puppet can be used to talk about the weather, or, according to what he's wearing, we could find out what the weather is or how he's feeling, things like that. You can use it for model conversations. So again, if you're at home alone and you don't have anybody to talk to on the cam, you can have the little conversation with the puppet. So you could have, hello, good morning, hello, how are you? Fine, thank you. So you can have a little conversation with your puppet on screen, or of course you can always have your puppet just telling you secrets that you can tell the class. So we can use it for our daily routines. We can use it for model conversations. You can use the puppet to help you tell a story. You can ask students questions. So instead of you asking the questions, you can have the puppet asking some questions to the students. Or you can ask students to tape themselves, make some video recordings of themselves at home, talking and having a little conversation with their toy or their puppet if they have one at home. So there were just a few ideas for how we might be able to use puppets even when we're working with remote classes. Okay, so moving on. Another thing we can do is using our course books. Quite often we're used to using our course books in the class. So how can we adapt some of the activities to remote teaching? So in this case, the kids are looking at things that come from trees, what things are made of. So things made of wood. So they would be looking at the pictures. You can ask them to do this as an assignment at home. You can explain to the parents what's expected of them. They can mark the things that are made of wood in their books as an activity. And then you can make a quick extension for at-home work. So here, as you can see, if they're exploring the world around them, exploring things at home, what they could do is then find 5 things made of wood at home, and they could take pictures or draw pictures of them. You can give them a worksheet. Draw 5 things made of wood. Draw 5 things made of paper. Draw 5 things made of rubber that you found at home. So again, a homework assignment based on an activity from the textbook, but with this sort of homeschool connection. So I'm sure you have lots of ideas like this as well, but I just wanted to bring up a couple. And then here on the next slide, what we have is a very nice idea from a teacher who works in the Canary Islands. And what she did doing remote teaching was sort of project work on a weekly basis, but each week they chose a country. So she and her students decided on which country they were going to choose. And then different students or different groups of students were assigned the task of finding out what's the popular food there, recording themselves learning some dance steps from the traditional dances. They found out about language, population. So in this case, it was an idea of doing project work over an extended period of time with the students working at home and then sharing the information and finding out what their partners had sent about this country and about the characteristics of the country. The next photo is a friend of mine, Enrique, who teaches in a bilingual school in Spain. In this case, he was teaching in Spanish. But what he did was summaries, very, very clear summaries on his whiteboard in his kitchen, and then using some props, just like we did with the puppet, you know, using a little prop, using a wig, using a crown, using something to make the video a little bit more entertaining. He would, for example, put on his wig, have his fly swatter, and then he would ask different questions to the students based on the summary he had displayed at his house. So just another idea of a creative remote emergency teacher. And then another idea, which I thought was very nice, which was sent to me by a friend who works at an international school in Belgium. When we were sort of mid-pandemic and everybody was getting a bit down, what the teachers did was they made a lovely video sort of congratulating the students, saying how much they missed seeing them every day, saying how proud they were of how hard they were working at home. And so this is just an idea that maybe with the team of teachers, if we find ourselves thrown into this again, and even if we're doing face-to-face classes, really talk to the students about all of the things they did right when we were going through this strange situation for everyone. So I thought this was a very nice idea as well. They made a music video where each of the teachers made a sign to tell the students how they felt and to congratulate them on their hard work. So another thing you can do is investigate and explore ICT resources from publishers. So in this case, I've put up some images from Oxford because this is a book I've worked on and worked with. But of course, any of the main publishing houses now have websites that are associated with their textbooks. So even if you're not using the textbook, you quite often have access to word games, activities, worksheets, digital games. So investigate as much as possible, and then maybe you can use some of these websites for your remote teaching. And again, a lot of publishers now have online workbooks, online textbooks. Like I said, even flipped learning textbooks now with the videos prepared. So investigate what's out there and see what can help you if we are teaching online again. A thing you can also do, which you probably have done already, is explore online materials. Again, most major publishing houses have a YouTube page where you can visit and you can find songs and videos and activities that can be carried out by your learners. So you can perhaps give them a song, ask them to rehearse the song, prepare a little worksheet that has to do with the song, and that can make your classes a little bit more dynamic. So they're not just always watching the teacher doing the class. They can also be watching educational videos that are age appropriate and language appropriate to be working on their own. For older learners, of course, you can also explore easy to use apps and easy to use web pages. For example, in this case, it's a very nice page for students to create their own mind maps. So very easy, free resource where students can be given the instructions on how to do their mind map, and then they can send their mind map, or you can have them do it in a group where one person adds some information and sends it to the next person and then sends it to the teacher. So again, using online resources for our classes and giving the students as well an opportunity to investigate and work with some different tools. And I didn't design this webinar to sort of give you loads and loads and loads of web pages, but you know, there are number of websites out there. Here's one called Edpuzzle, Padlet. There are so many out there. So again, if you'd like, I can send a list, or you can send me an email and I can send you some more websites that you might want to investigate. But there are loads of resources out there that we can take advantage of for our online teaching. And then also, there's the opportunity to get training from the comfort of your own home. So just like this webinar, there are loads of opportunities to take webinars and do webinars online. There are also lots of recorded videos where you can get online training on how to do synchronous learning or asynchronous learning, how to teach online. So again, investigate as much as you can. If you have a question, I don't know how to do this. Well, there's probably a video online explaining how to do it. And just to end this section, this is a website I feed. This page called Mentimeter is fantastic because you can open it up, you can do a poll, you can ask an open-ended question, you can do a survey, and all you have to do is send the students the web link with the code. They go into the website, they can write their answers, and then you, of course, can display their answers or share their answers and get some valuable feedback from them on how they're doing, what activities they like, what pages they're enjoying the most, and things like that. So just to end this section, there's a quick quote here that says, vulnerability is the birthplace of innovation, creativity, and change. So as much as we can, we should try to embrace this opportunity to learn more and to find out more about how to use technology in remote teaching. So now, a quick break. I just need you to look like our cat on the screen and have a quick stretch. So just have a quick stretch. It's probably been a long day for you already. So just have a quick stretch. And now we'll move on. Okay, so now we're in our final part of the session where we're going to talk a little bit about going back to school. At least in Spain, we'll be going back to school in the next couple of weeks. And of course, there are lots of questions that need to be answered and lots of things that we need to keep in mind about, again, changing the format of how we work in class and how we work with our students. So going back to this theme throughout the session of how things have changed. So take a look at these photos and have a quick think. How have things changed? So just looking at the images, we have some elbow bumping. So some different things to think about. So how have things changed? Okay, so let's look at some of these changes. Of course, the idea of wearing masks has changed. We have to now wear masks at school, at least in Spain. The idea of classroom layout has changed. We need to disinfect as well in our classes. The idea of social distancing will change the dynamics in our classroom. How students greet one another, with our elbows or other forms of greetings. The use of masks in or out of school, the rules we're going to establish, and then how we're going to manage our classrooms as things will change a lot in these circumstances. So without going into too much detail, as each country and each classroom and each school and each department have their own requirements for this, but just some things that as teachers, we're going to have to keep in mind, establish clear rules and procedures that will obviously need to be practiced with the students, consequences for these new rules and what happens if the rules are not met. We also need to think about making sure that our masks are comfortable and breathable. So, we're going to be a long time with masks on at school, at least in the case in Spain. So make sure your mask is comfortable and take mask breaks. We need to think about physical distancing, hand hygiene, disinfecting surfaces, and of course, good ventilation in class, which will become increasingly complicated as the winter months come. So there's a lot on the go now, and hopefully your schools are organized. We're still trying to figure things out here in Spain. Okay, so other things that we need to keep in mind. I've put here voice as one of them, sharing object as another, the classroom layout, and of course, parents. So 4 sections for us to think about. So in terms of voice, we just need to keep in mind that it's difficult to be heard and understood with a mask on. So when we think about teaching this way, we need to think about how the mask is going to affect our voice, how it's going to affect us being heard, the fact that the students won't be able to have any emotional cues. And of course, if it's not just us with the mask, but if students are also wearing masks, we have to think about how this will affect communication. So it will be recommended that the students work in pairs instead of large groups. And of course, the noise might become a problem. So things to think about: how your voice will be affected using a mask. So just one of the things we need to think about. The other thing we need to think about, and this is tough because with the young learners, of course, we've been telling them for years to share your things and share with other people. And then suddenly now with the new circumstances, they won't be able to share as much. So of course, we need to also keep in mind that students will need to have their own classroom materials. Things might need to be disinfected. And of course, another thing that people talk about a lot, especially due to this whole thing with using the masks, is that perhaps we'll have to develop some hand signals. So on this next slide, what we're looking at are some possible hand signals that students could use in class. Again, I'm doing okay, I'm not doing okay, I need to go to the toilet, I have a question, that you might, if the students are using masks, you might have to develop some hand signals, or if you're wearing a mask, you also might have to develop some hand signals just to make sure that as they're not getting the visual expression on your face, they only have your eyes to look at, just to make sure that they're understanding everything. And then other things to think about, just the classroom layout, as we mentioned before, the distancing between the tables. It might be more difficult to do sort of group work and project work. We might have to do more pair work. And then, just establish very clear norms for students. And of course, keep the parents well informed. What's expected of them, what's expected of the students, just to avoid any possible misunderstandings. Okay, so now we're going to just look very quickly at some possible activities for coming back to school with the class. So this first one is one that I found on a web page, which is included on the slide, but I thought it was quite a nice activity for the younger learners, especially for those in preschool, talking about why the teacher is wearing a mask. And is it a mask for Halloween? Is it a mask for Carnival? What's it there for? And sort of, again, encouraging students to understand that it's still the teacher behind the mask. And then this web page also provided some very nice information for little games and activities that students and teachers can carry out to just show what happens when we wear a mask and how that affects how we look, but it's still us behind the mask. So I just thought I'd send those ideas to you to try. And then here, the New York Times has come up with a very nice sort of illustrated document of how schools will change. So this could be something that you could sit down also and look at with your older learners. This is how they're doing it in the States. How are we doing it here? Why are we taking these measures? And things like that. Just keeping the students informed as much as possible. Perfect. So coming up to the end now, I've given you a couple of worksheets here, again with the web link for you to look at, because they have some lovely resources here. Just things like, oh, I forgot how to keep germs away. How can we help the student decide? And then this lovely idea of the balloon, where the students can write all of the activities they can do, because obviously we're giving them a lot of sort of prohibitions and a lot of rules, but it's also nice for them to see that we still can do a lot of things with our friends, even though we have some limitations we didn't have before. So I think these are useful things to do the first few weeks of school if you go back to school. Not just ignore the topic and get right back into schoolwork. Give them an opportunity to express their fears, to express their opinions, to talk about what happened, to talk about what's happening. Okay, so yeah, this last idea here are just a few videos, things like songs to teach the kids how to wash their hands, or videos about germs. There's also a very nice experiment. I'm sure you've seen it with the pepper and the soap, and how the soap sort of keeps the germs, which are illustrated by the ground pepper, away. So again, using online resources to help us when we go back to school, to ensure that students understand what they're doing and why they're doing it. And then just as our final quote and our final slide, it says here, tough times don't last. Tough people do. And I think as teachers, we are tough. We have a long work week. We deal with a number of challenges. We've dealt now with 6 months of figuring out how to teach online. So I think we just have to remember how resilient we are, how resilient our kids can be. And so just to, try to make an effort to not give up despite these complicated times. And just here, just a slide with my webpage. If you're interested in finding out more about the work I've done or the books I've written, or if you'd like to keep in touch, my email is there as well. So please feel free to visit the webpage and to send me an email if there's anything you need. And finally, thank you very much for joining us. This is my very first time ever recorded session, so thank you for your patience. And a very big thank you to Fisher for this wonderful event. And I will see you now for the questions and answers period. Well done, everyone. See you, and bye-bye to Koen as well. Bye. So there we go. Bye-bye. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so hello, everyone. I'm just going to start my webcam. There we are. So hello, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being with us. And I don't know if anybody has now any questions and answers. I just put up a thing for Mentimeter. So if any of you can, it would be great if you could go to the website and share some of your ideas there. And I will then post them for you to see. So the question here on the slide was, what activities or resources or web pages would you share? So go ahead if you want to the Mentimeter page, and you can fill in some answers there if you want, and we can share our ideas. Yeah, sorry, the session, like I said, it was pre-recorded, so it was tough for us to get some of the involvement in there. But were there any things that stood out to you? Are there any things that you think we need to be doing or not doing with this new situation we're in? Any comments, any questions? Any suggestions? Maybe, some of you are maybe even back at school. We're back at school, but not with the kids just yet. It was tough to do the session because, like I said, I've never done a pre-recorded session before. And also it was tough just because I think we're all in such incredibly uncertain times. And I don't know in Romania, but definitely in Spain, they are definitely figuring it out as they go along. Yes, I'll send you my email here. It's info@ninalauder.com. So if anybody wants to get in touch, they're free to do that there. And I can send you information. And the presentation will be on the Fisher webpage until the 6th. Oh, well, thank you, Laura, because it was kind of hard to be dynamic sitting alone in my office. What about you guys? Did you have any things to share with the other teachers? Let's see, Mark's question here. Interested to know how you cover the pandemic with young learners in CLIL and whether you can get teachers of different subjects to cooperate with this. Yeah, Mark, good question. Most of the CLIL teachers I work with here and the schools I work with here, the CLIL teachers are right on board, just like any other teachers. So they're covering the CLIL situation like anybody else in terms of classroom management. And then what they are doing is sort of lowering the requirements a little bit, at least at the beginning, as far as I can tell. There's quite a lot of stuff to catch up on. And so it will be a slow process getting back onto the actual curriculum. And I think we need to be very careful to not obsess about the curriculum right now. That, the kids are going through tough times. We're going through tough times. So don't we've got to be on chapter 2 by October, take it easy. It's going to be a transition for all of us. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think, Mark, there could be a huge opportunity there actually in CLIL. I think that as CLIL teachers, taking advantage of the sort of cross-curricular angle of the coronavirus could be a fantastic opportunity. What was the pandemic like 100 years ago? What's it like today? Why? Like all of this stuff about germs and keeping germs away, is part of health and education. Things like you said with geography, charts, maths, looking at graphs and charts and all of these things. So I think that actually through COVID, there is an excellent cross-curricular opportunity for all of us. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Mark. I mean, I think heads of teachers and parents and heads of schools are very, concerned about the time lost during confinement. So we need to figure out how to adapt a little bit to these new circumstances. Thanks very much, Paula. And thanks to the rest of you for joining us. So no questions, guys? You don't have any questions? Did you start filling out your Mentimeter? You had anything there to share with us? That would be great. We've only had one person so far sharing. Oh no, we've had 9. Okay, so I'll be displaying those later. Okay. So sorry, guys, we finished a bit early. I had thought originally that this was going to be a workshop and that the 10 minutes question and answers were part of the workshop. So I actually could have included a little bit more material there. But like I said, this was sort of planned over the course of last week. So some of the things we talked about were puppets, projects. Were there any of those things that you could apply using worksheets in your class? Any ideas for teenagers? Yeah, the one I had for teenagers, Catalina, was the one from the New York Times. For teenagers, I think a lot of the same stuff goes, like my friend with his summaries that we showed you. I think it's important to give them information in a way that's manageable for them, especially if they're at home working alone. So you might want to be doing a lot of sort of mind mapping, summarizing, keeping things in manageable chunks for the teenagers, because I think it's also very challenging for them. Yeah, we didn't actually talk about adults. Ionela, when I teach my adult classes online, I find that the adults adapt quite well to online learning. I think that if you are doing online classes with your adults, make sure that the sessions are interactive. Quite often if I'm doing a large group, I'll have different people open the mic or open the cam to share. And then if you're teaching adults in face-to-face situations, I would say the same thing. Don't be afraid to talk about it. Don't be afraid to talk about COVID the first couple of weeks of class. How was confinement different to, the new normal or the new reality? Any sort of grammar point there could again be sort of thrown into to the COVID theme. What did you used to do? What do you do now? What's changed? So again, it can be an opportunity to use language in a real context. Yeah, preparing students for exams, Amelia, good good question. Exam prep will unfortunately always be exam prep. So the only thing that will be different preparing your students for exams now, obviously, is that if they're doing these sort of interview and conversation activities, you're going to have to make sure they're almost always with the same partner. But apart from that, I would imagine that your exam prep and the dates will probably be more or less the same. Yeah, this is a really good question, Monica. What's the preferred way of assessing students online? In my case, what I did is I sent them tests that they had to do, in a limited period of time and send them back to me. I also used open book tests where, I would give them open-ended questions. So they were allowed to look at the videos from class. They were allowed to look in their notebooks, and they had to do a little bit of a test or a quiz. I also used the Jeopardy game, like, like sort of quiz games and things like that online. I did personal interviews. This was with a small group of students, but with one of the groups, we did, we had Skype interviews where I could ask them some questions. So yeah, assessing is a complicated one online. And I think we do have to move away from just testing if you're doing online, because obviously they can all share the tests and share the answers if they're technologically apt. So we had another question here, assessing students online. Yeah, you're right, Dahlia. Dahlia, I completely agree with you. I sometimes wonder when I see these laws where they're like, keep the kids apart. I'm like, have you ever seen a kid? Have you ever seen a child under 8? How do you keep them apart? And the other thing that's going to be very contradictory for the students, at least in my case, always telling them work together, share, talk to your partner, share your answers with your partner, and suddenly sit in a row, don't talk, don't move. So it's going to be complicated. Yeah, again, Emilia, the emphasis on more speaking is a great idea. It really depends on the situation you're in. Because, for example, in Spain, we're going to have the kids in masks as well. And so their communication between them is also going to be quite complicated. And again, they're trying to encourage us to have sort of bubble groups. So this sort of dynamic of walking around and chatting to other people or working with different groups has gone out the window. So I think the speaking will have to be done in pairs and with a safe distance, which can be very challenging in a classroom with 25 9-year-olds or 25 16-year-olds. So we're going to have to readapt. I totally agree with you there, Catalina, this idea of using games. So this is why oh, very nice. And I like that idea of being spies, working for different agencies and finding out information or investigating. Great idea. So yeah, like any games, like quiz shows, imaginary games, like Mark said about doing the sort of the having the doctor and the patient. So, you could have a little, like we had with our puppet, you could have a little, he's feeling ill. What can we do? Having role plays. So role plays could be another option for these speaking activities. But that's a lovely idea about being a spy. Good. So any other questions there? Did we have any other questions or comments? I will be sending the slide from the feedback you've been giving to Fisher to be able to show you that. And again, I do recommend Mentimeter, the slide we use, this Mentimeter, is also an excellent tool for assessing. You have options of multiple choice, fill in the blanks, graphs, open-ended questions. So using a tool like that can also be excellent for assessment with any age, really. Yeah. Oh, Carmen, I hear you, Carmen. That is so true. Designing activities. One thing is teaching remote. One thing is teaching face-to-face. Another thing is teaching remote and face-to-face at the same time. You're right there. I mean, when we looked at this activity for Khalil with the find materials at home made out of these things, you could do something like that in class as well. You could present the topic of materials, where materials come from, do the page in the workbook, both the students in class and the students at home, and then you could have, a 5-minute scavenger hunt, find something in the classroom or find something at home made out of these materials. So yeah, we're going to be having to use a lot of imagination and a lot of creativity when it comes to figuring out how to do this combo remote and face-to-face at the same time. Like I said, the only thing I can tell you is that we've come through other storms and we've managed as teachers, but this is going to be a bit of trial and error at the beginning. And I think it's vital that you share your ideas and share your activities. Exactly. The content of an ebook is difficult to manage. If you're filming a class and they're looking at the whiteboard, it's going to be a little bit complicated. So we're going to have to see. So right now in Spain, actually, everybody is going back face to face, the whole group. So in Romania, are they thinking of dividing the classes so that 50% will be at home and 50% will be at school? Because for the time being, for example, in Spain, everyone's going back. Okay, so you'll be doing 50-50. Okay, like I said, this will bring new challenges. You don't know yet exactly that. I actually, although it's sad, I feel relieved that we're all in the same boat with this. That it's not just Spain that's figuring things out as we go along. You are so right. We live by the day, and like I said, that last quote: "Tough times don't last. Tough people do." So exactly, you're right, Ayana. It's going to be some sort of hybrid learning, and we're all going to be learning along with our students how to deal with that. So my friends, I think our time is up, but it's been lovely working with you. I'm glad you enjoyed the session. It was a bit of an odd session to teach, but I'm glad you were here. Okay, so Laura's got some kids at home and some kids at school. Yeah, it's going to be weird, guys. It is going to be weird. So definitely we are facing new situations and new challenges, but I think we'll manage. I think doing the best we can do is the only thing we can do right now. And like I said before, I really do encourage you through, platforms, Facebook groups, whatever it is, to share as many ideas as possible with others. Exactly. As Mark says, please, don't go back and just plow through the curriculum as if nothing's happened, because something's happened. So we have to at least try to deal with that in some way. So thank you very much, everyone. Like I said, you've got my email. You've got my webpage. On my email, if you click on the Facebook link, you go straight to my professional Facebook page. And a very, very special thanks to the Fisher team. They have been amazing this last week, helping me figure out the different types of technology for this. So enjoy the rest of your day. Good luck. Keep me posted how you do with the COVID transition. And hopefully we can continue to share ideas and figure out how to deal with these challenging times we've been faced with. So good luck, everyone. Bye from me. Bye from Mr. Kuhn. Bye, everyone, and good luck. And thanks, Mark. Great to see you again. And thanks to Fisher. So bye, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks, guys. Enjoy. All the best. Bye.
Yeah. Well. How's that going? A young man came to a house of prayer, and no one asked what he was doing there. He was not friend, and he was Well, good morning, everyone. Can you just tell me if you can hear me and see me okay? Yes, 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 yes. I reckon that's a yes. Hello, everyone. Hello, Romania. Hello, Fisher, especially. I remember with such affection the many Fisher conferences that I've had the pleasure to participate in personally in the days when we had conferences where people were together and drank coffee together and worked in rooms together. What a wonderful time that was. And it seems like another age now, I think, doesn't it? So now look, quite a few of the speakers yesterday and today, well, there hasn't been that much of today yet, will be speaking about the online world. And I'm going to speak about the online world as well, but in a different way, perhaps, because I want to cast my net a little bit wider and reflect on the strange world we've been living in since February, March this year, and which is still going on in its own way with all its reverberations around the world. And I think I'd better start with some rather grim statistics on a kind of world basis. My country, for example, 60,000 people dead from this pandemic. Constant confusion about what people are supposed to be doing and whether you could stay inside or go out, or who you can be with, or what you can do. We have chaos this morning because the 4 countries of the United Kingdom, England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, disagree about things, and so we have chaos going on. And it's been like this for months. You know this, you all know this. There's nothing special in what I'm telling you. At the same time, the pandemic and lockdown has presented in extraordinary examples of phenomenal creativity on the part of artists and musicians and writers and carers and teachers especially. Just to look around at some of the things people have been doing and the ways that the teaching community and the ELT, the English language teaching community, has responded to lockdown and the situation we live in has been inspiring. I've just been, to use that silly old cliche, I've just been blown away by some of the creativity that people have shown in our profession, and I'm proud to be a member of this profession. But I was very taken with an issue of the magazine Modern English Teacher recently. There are a number of articles there about how people have responded to lockdown and the online world and so on and so forth. And I, by the way, thank you very much. I'm trying to read the comments as I speak, but I'm not doing very well because I can't do 2 things at once. I'm a man, come on, multitasking, forget it. But anyway, but one article in particular attracted my attention. It was by a woman called Caroline Knight, and now you can see that on the screen. And her story it just impressed me. She works in a school in Galicia, in northern Spain, northwest Spain, and their school faced the prospect of going bankrupt, of having to close because students stopped coming. And she and her director of studies and the various other people, they worked through this and they found a way to make it happen. They found a way of accessing their online students, and basically they stopped the school from closing by working immensely hard and with great imagination and to see how it would work. And this paragraph particularly caught my eye, and you can read it for yourselves. This is, by the way, she's writing now they've done it. They've stopped the school from going under. They've stopped the school from going bankrupt. Things aren't perfect, but they're okay. And then she writes this paragraph. And I just thought it was I just find this paragraph very, very moving and impressive, because they did do an amazing job, and they managed to stave off bankruptcy. They've still, they can employ the whole team, but look around and all the other schools that are closing. Look around at the terrible tragedy to many people's lives that those of us who've survived so far are okay with. And that's the context where this talk has to happen. It's just a difficult world, and it's difficult for everyone and all of our families. And I hope to God that none of your families or your relations or your friends or anything else like that have been affected by this. And so far, touch wood, I'm okay. And I, when I say I mean my family, my grandchildren, all my daughter, we're okay so far. I hope to go on with that. There you are. So I just want to say that that's the context in which we speak, and of course you know that perfectly well. Now, but let's get going. Let's start this conversation. And I want to tell you a story. This story is about a woman called Grace Mulford. And she lives most of the time in Manchester in the United Kingdom, but she's originally from Pennsylvania. And in 2015, she was visiting, I guess, relations in Pennsylvania in the United States. And she sat down to watch the television. And what she saw was President Barack Obama. And he went to a place called Charleston in South Carolina. Now, in case the name doesn't mean anything to you, Charleston was where some crazy idiot with a gun walked into a church of worshippers, people of color, and he shot 9 of them for some stupid, well, it doesn't even matter, what an idiot. And worse than an idiot, but that anyway. And so they had a big event to eulogize the victims of this terrible, terrible atrocity. And the president went, so different from the man who occupies that job now. And he went, and he stood there, and you can watch the video. It's an incredibly moving video of what Grace Mulford saw on the television. And he's standing there, and you can see him trying to think of what to say. What do you say? What do you say? And he didn't say anything. Not at first. He did something quite extraordinary. He sang. He sang a song. And Grace Mulford was so impressed that she wrote a song about what she saw on the television. And with your permission, well, even without it, I'm going to sing it to you. And you've got the words for it. So this is the song that Grace Mulford wrote. Whoops, that's a bit silly. There we are, that's better. A young man came to a church, a house of prayer, and they did not ask what brought him there. He was not friend and he was not kin. But they opened the door and they let him in. And for an hour the stranger stayed, and he sat with them and he seemed to pray. And then that young man got a gun and he shot 9 people, the old and the young. Charleston, in the month of June, the mourners gathered in the room, and the president came to say some words, and the cameras rolled and the nation heard, but no words could say what must be said about all the living and about the dead. And so on that day and in that place, the president sang Amazing Grace. The president sang Amazing Grace. We argued about where to lay the blame, on one man's hate or a nation's shame, some sickness of the mind or soul, and how the words might be made whole, how the wounds might be made whole. But no words could say what must be said about all the living and about the dead. And so on that day and in that place, the president sang Amazing Grace. The president sang Amazing Grace. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a poor wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Well, it's not every day that a talk about English language teaching starts with a song like that, but there's a reason for it. I want to talk a little bit about what I think of that story and that song. I think, and by the way, if you want to see a wonderful cartoon of it, you can see, there's a YouTube video of it, and you'll hear Grace Mulford singing it and see a wonderful animation to do with the event. But I think that what the last president of the United States did on that day, and this is not a judgment about his record, his politics, I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about what this man did. I think he showed leadership, and crucially, and this is the word I'm going to come back to again and again and again, he demonstrated empathy, the ability, as Michelle Obama said in the recent Democratic Convention, online Democratic Convention, the ability to walk in someone else's shoes. And yes, Amazing Grace, he showed grace. And these are qualities I'm going to talk about yes, I've just seen, Claudia, you're talking about the quality of a man, yes, of a person, of a human being. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But when you are thrust into a leadership role, it's an incredible exposure of whether you have those qualities. And he had those qualities on that day, it seems to me. And yes, I'm going to talk politics for a little bit, but not politics of left or right or policies, but politics of leadership. Because if you look around the world we're living in at the moment, we have a clear demonstration of what leadership looks like and doesn't look like. So, for example, I offer you, on one hand, I offer you people like Angela Merkel in Germany, Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand, Nicola Sturgeon in Scotland. And these are all people, women, coincidence? I don't know. And I'm not going into that territory. These are all leaders who have shown a kind of maturity and a responsibility and a grace and an empathy for the people they have been chosen to lead. And on the subject of Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand, her response, for example, to a similar massacre, repulsive massacre in New Zealand a year or so ago, was precisely unbelievably empathetic. And I will show you on the other side a different kind of leadership, and that is demonstrated by people like the Prime Minister of my country, Boris Johnson, by Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil, by Donald Trump in America, where empathy and grace seem the qualities most lacking. And that interests me very much, because I see a strong correlation between what happens when you get chosen to be the leader of something, a country, a group, a committee, a school, whatever you like, and what happens when you are in the teacher's role in the classroom, where essentially those qualities of leadership need to be present when we work with a group of students, whether it's our age or little kids or teenagers or whoever you're working with, or if you're training teachers. In a sense, you occupy some kind of a leadership role. Now, how you show that leadership is, of course, one of the mainstays of teacher training. We speak about it a lot. But what I think the pandemic has demonstrated about our world leaders, our country leaders, is some wonderful dichotomies. So, for example, the difference between the ability to show empathy and the absence of empathy. It's so starkly evident if you look at the way different leaders have done this. The difference between grace, which Barack Obama showed on that day and frequently in his presidency, and vulgarity. No names, but I'm sure you would understand who I'm talking about. The difference between instilling confidence and inciting despair. By the way, that's something that's happening in front of our eyes in the United States at the moment with the whole Black Lives Movement protests, and whether the people who are called upon to lead the country can instill confidence or just make people more desperate, and whether or not however genuine you are or not doesn't seem to matter. It's the face validity that matters. Can people believe in you as a leader? The difference between flat out lying and telling the truth. I look at some of the people I mentioned, like Nicola Sturgeon and Jacinda Ardern, and they tell the truth. Not always good. They make mistakes. Of course they make mistakes. We'll make mistakes, for God's sake. They tell the truth. The difference between careful thought with the help of expert knowledge versus thoughtless prejudice and grandstanding, sacking experts, doing all that kind of thing. The difference between directness, honesty, and humility with kind of hiding behind things and vainglory and so on. And above all, the overwhelming importance of treating people with respect. Because I'm British and obviously I'm focused on not just on the world, but on a lot of stuff that happens in my country. I wanted to quote this little exchange a few weeks ago between the Prime Minister of this country, Boris Johnson, and the Leader of the Opposition. Keir Starmer, but that's not a COVID cough, by the way. Between and Keir Starmer, who's the Leader of the Opposition. So Keir Starmer was standing up in the House of Commons, our parliamentary chamber, and he was questioning the government's handling of the pandemic. He was asking him challenging questions. He was asking him difficult questions because our government's response has been confusing and it's been difficult. And Johnson, so sorry, he said, "You're undermining confidence because you criticize track and trace," which is this hopeless scheme that we were told by our Prime Minister was world-class, but isn't. And it's Keir Starmer's reply that interests me. He said, "It's perfectly possible to support track and trace and point out the problems. And standing up every week saying it's a stunning success is kidding no one." That's what Boris Johnson did. It's fantastic. That isn't giving people confidence in the system. They, the people, would like a Prime Minister who stands up and says, there are problems, and this is what I'm going to do about them. And I've just seen a comment which said it's been hard for all governments around the world. There's no perfect answer to such a global emergency. And I could not agree more. I think almost every single person on the planet is just so grateful that they're not the Prime Minister or the President, because this is just such a difficult situation to be in. Raluca Iona, I completely agree with what you've just typed. But my point is not whether the governments of the world have got it right or wrong. Dear God, I'm not a epidemiologist. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. My point is to say, but the people we rely on to help us through this, it's the way they behave in the face of this confusion and difficulty and not really knowing what the hell's going on and how to work with it. It's the way they behave that really affects us. Let's move away from politics. I'm sure you'll be relieved about that. Yes, someone just wrote it. Yeah, Daniela Nisto, it has. It's been hard for all of us. Of course it has. So let's move away from the leaders of the world and everything else like that and talk instead about my contention, which is that kind of leadership and the leadership that teaching asks of us are not entirely dissimilar. I think we ask for some of the same qualities from our teachers as we do from our leaders. And what are they? Well, the greatest of all of them, like faith, hope, and charity, but the greatest of all of them seems to me that word empathy. The ability to stand in someone else's shoes. The ability to stand in our students' shoes. the ability to try and see the world from their point of view. I don't say it's easy. Looking at me, you can tell that it's quite a long time since I was a teenager. And yes, I remember about being a teenager, ish, not very well. But if you're teaching a bunch of teenagers, it somehow trying to see the world through their eyes. Not to say that everything they do is right, not to say that they're sort of perfect or anything else like that, but just trying to see what they're going through and how it is for them is one of the great qualities of what makes a good teacher, it seems to me. The second quality, which seems to me to be absolutely the same for country leaders and teachers, is basically knowing what you're talking about. Being knowledgeable, I can't speak, being knowledgeable about what we do. Doing our best to stay alert to what people are saying about how teaching works and how learning works, being curious about the world around us, never stopping learning from the unbelievable richness that so many experts around the world can give us, and so many teachers pass on such amazing insights into what happens in their classrooms and so on. Being expert matters. I was always very I was always very taken with a conversation I had at an IATEFL conference in the UK, the International Association of Teachers of English as a Foreign Language, that most of you are familiar with. And I was talking to a Chinese student, Chinese teacher, I should say. I must come back to Paula's comment, who says, I think you are born with empathy. We'll have to come back to that in a minute. And this Chinese teacher, we were discussing rapport. It's the kind of thing you discuss in a coffee break in IATEFL. And I was saying the usual things about rapport, respect for students and eye contact and all those kind of things. And she was saying, actually, what rapport means for us is when we think our teacher is knowledgeable. That's what creates the good rapport. And I know what she means. Are you, so knowing what you're talking about matters, it seems to me. And we have a responsibility to keep trying to know what we're talking about. Brackets. Are we born with empathy? I think it's something you can learn. I think it's, no. It's not something you can learn. I think it's something you can develop. I think it's something that our trainers in the world of teacher training can help us to develop, can give us techniques. Techniques, that's the wrong word, but can help us to try and see things through students' eyes, through reflection on our own past, our own learning experiences, and so on and so forth. The third quality that I think teachers need to take from what I've said about leadership is something that I think Michael Breen and Chris Canlin talked about years and years and years ago, which is about authenticity, about being authentic in the classroom. Now, I've got to get this right. Of course, when you walk into a classroom, you don't just behave like you behave in my flat, my office, for example. I'm different here than I am in a class. But you've got to take authenticity into the classroom. Be true, be real. Don't be a liar. That's too strong a word, but be real. I think a quality that really impresses me about some of the better world leaders, which I'm sure teachers need to demonstrate, apart from their creativity, their humor, their vitality, their vibrancy, but also to show students evidence of careful thought, that teachers are really thinking carefully about what's going on. Absolutely classic teacher quality that I would expect from my leaders and my teachers is the whole concept of even-handedness, of treating everyone the same, and recognizing you know, that no one is more or less. And in this whole pandemic, that's been an essential quality for some leaders. And lastly, and this is one that really, really has come home to me through watching our leaders trying to work out what the hell to do in this ridiculous situation we're in. Absolutely classic is humility. The ability to be able to say, I don't know. We're doing our best. This is what I think. This is how we're going to try and resolve this. So that when the leader of the opposition in Britain says they would like a prime minister who stands up and says, there are problems, and this is what I'm going to do to try and solve them. That's the kind of leader, that's the kind of teacher that I want to have. So in other words, and I'm sure you do this as well, I can't stop, it's terrible, it's like an illness. You watch people behave in the world and you kind of automatically connect it with what you think about teaching. And you sort of, you see a president of the United States and you think, well, would he be a good teacher in the classroom? Yeah, not sure. No. Or yes, maybe. Anyway, so those are some comments about what lockdown has taught me about what leadership is all about. Yes, and Adriana there says the courage to be vulnerable and show it. I think so. I don't think any students will mind if the teacher always doesn't know what they're talking about, because those two things are slightly in conflict. You have to know what you're talking about as much as you can. But you know, the classic one is teacher, what's the difference between, I think I even gave a talk about this once at the Fischer conference in Bucharest. What's the difference between costly and expensive, for example? Classic question. We've moved from leadership in a pandemic down to something tiny and small. What's the difference between costly and expensive, says a student. And I don't know about you, but do you know what? I don't really know. I've never used one when I should use the other in my life. But if you ask me to explain the difference, I don't really know how to do that. Well, I do now because I've looked it up. And some teachers find it very difficult to say, I don't know, I'll find out. And yet students will instantly understand if you say, look, you know, vocabulary, that kind of vocabulary difference is really complex. And I could give you an answer right now, but it'd be much better for me to research it and make sure, for example. There you go. Right, so those are some things about leadership and teaching. Now, I want to go back to that song that I sang you, The President Sang Amazing Grace, which to my mind is almost a perfect song because it's so powerful and says so much in such a short space of time. I absolutely love it as a song. I wanted to tell you how I came across that song because it's part of what I want to talk about. So in March, last March, I returned to the UK after 2.5 months of living in Brazil for reasons which are not important to this this talk. And I came back, and one of the things I hadn't been able to do in Brazil is indulge in my passions outside English language teaching. My passions. I must go and get some water, but I won't for a moment because that means I'll have to leave the screen. Which is that, as you obviously gather, I play music a lot of the time, and you know everyone's got, well, not everyone, but we've all got hobbies and obsessions, and some people play football, and some people play music, and some people play chess or whatever. I play music, and so I play in an orchestra, and we rehearse every week. And then we do concerts, and I go to lots of folk clubs and sing with a guitar or this harmonium or whatever, and that's what I do. And sometimes I'll spend 3 or 4 nights a week with other people playing music. Well, or rather, I used to. So I came back from Brazil, where I hadn't been able to play any live music for 2.5 months. And I was desperate to see my friends, to play music together in the orchestra, to sing with a guitar in a folk club. I was so excited to do it. And of course, just as I arrived back in the UK, two things happened. The first is that my third grandchild was born, so that was hooray! And then the second thing was I got a message. I was about to go and play in a folk club somewhere fairly near Cambridge in the United Kingdom where I live. But I got a message. I was sitting at my breakfast table having a cup of coffee one morning, and I got a message from the organizer saying it's cancelled because we're about to go into lockdown. And I was super depressed about this because I'd been so excited for nearly 3 months to go back to live music. And so half an hour later, by the way, you may be able to hear there's someone working in the garden of these flats, and they've got something making I don't know what it is, a trimmer or something. I hope you can't hear it too much. Anyway, so by the way, Malo says creativity is the most important skill of leadership. Yes, but mix creativity in with all the other things we were talking about, I think. Sorry, back to my story. So I was sitting at the breakfast table so upset that this live event where people sing to each other in the same room had been cancelled, that I got in touch with the organizer. Half an hour later, I said, look, I've used the Zoom platform in meetings with editors and publishers and things like that. Shall we try that with musicians? Shall we try that? And he thought about it. He said, okay, let's give it a try. And then we spent 2 or 3 days messing around, and you can do all sorts of things with Zoom. We're using Adobe here, but you can do all sorts of things with Zoom to change the settings so that music sounds good, because Adobe essentially is a speech. It's the algorithms are focused on speech, but you can change it. So blah blah blah. So we spent a couple of days experimenting, and then with great fear, I started the first ever lockdown. We call it Lockdown Folk, and tomorrow we'll be doing the 48th one of these Lockdown Folk things, and they are absolutely incredible, and I'm going to talk about them quite a lot, because just as I talked about world leaders to lead us on to teaching, I'm going to talk about this Lockdown Folk to lead us into qualities for online teaching that I think are absolutely vital. So I started this Lockdown Folk. And people now come from all over the world. We have people from the United States, from Denmark, from Hungary, from Italy, from Scotland and Wales, and up and down and everywhere, and England, and so on and so forth. And it's just the most emotionally powerful thing you know. And one evening, well, two things happen. A particular singer who comes, who's Belgian as it happens, a woman called Anne. I saw her playing an instrument which is very like this one, very like this one I was playing before, and that encouraged me to buy this instrument. And I've never used, I'd never played one of these things before, and I love it. But also, she told me, or she told us, or something about this song. The President sang Amazing Grace. And that led me to the song. And an instant, I don't know, but I was just completely moved emotionally by the song the first time I heard it, and had to learn it. So I came to it because of this connection we have on Zoom. Yes, Amelia, empathy is the name of the game, because what happens in this Lockdown Folk is that, let me tell you why it's so good. In the first place, this was a community of mostly strangers. A few of us knew each other before we started, but rather like a class, it was a community essentially of strangers. There were people there who played things you squeeze, and guitars, and things you blow, and things you play, and singers, and all sorts of people. But that was the thing which bound us together. But mostly these were people, in my case, I'd never met before. We've now become, and yes, Alina, I think that's perfectly expressed, being alone together. We've now become a community, much more than a community, close friends, close online friends. But we talk of the day when we will organize the first ever Lockdown Folk live weekend, and we will all be able to get together. And we talk about that. It's this great dream we have, like some kind of mythic future we're all invested in. The second thing that interested me about this was that at the beginning, and even now, we had to learn how to use Zoom, how to play music on Zoom, and what would happen. People got it wrong. They didn't turn on this, or they didn't turn off that, or they tried to use too many fancy microphones, or they got too close, or you couldn't see them. You know, some people are sort of a bit like this, and all you ever see is that. You know, and so there was lots of trial and error and getting it wrong and screwing up and not doing terribly well. But nobody minded. Everyone said, this is part of the deal. We're all doing something different, something new. Something that has absolutely, I'm going to use that dreadful expression again, blown my mind, is the quality of well, in conversation with Mark Andrews, who was here earlier, and Ken Wilson, who is one of the speakers at this conference, and a couple of other people, we were trying to work out what it was that made this kind of interaction so powerful. And we came up with about 4 qualities. Let me explain. So you're sitting there, and on your screen are 25, 30, 35 people in their little boxes on the screen. And then I say to one of them, I say, Andy, would you like to sing us a song? I wonder what you're going to sing, what kind of a song it's going to be. And Andy, who's the wonderful singer, and he's a fantastic guitarist, he plays a song. And even though all I'm looking at are faces on the screen, you can tell, and everybody mutes their microphones, because otherwise you get feedback and all sorts of stuff while he's playing. But this is what you get. You get incredible presence. Everybody is present. How do I know that? You know that because if you look at the faces, they're all looking at the screens. They're present in a way that sometimes we feel students are in a classroom. There is, of course, a silence because we've all muted our microphones. But it's a really powerful silence because it's a listening silence. It's absolutely a listening silence because people are silent and they're listening and focusing on what's going on. There's an incredible intimacy about it. Why? Maybe because we're all sitting in our offices or our bedrooms, or we'll come to the bedrooms thing in a minute, but not that's not as exciting as it sounds. We're all in our private space, and it's just us. There aren't 5, 10 people sitting around us so that we're conscious of our behavior. We're all, it's intimate. It's me listening to you. And most of all is the attention that people give to each other. So there's a guy called, oh heavens, I've just seen the time. I must hurry on. Okay. One of the things that happens in these lockdown folk sessions is that we have pre-session chats. We get together, we chat for 20 minutes or so sometimes before the session starts, and that chat is terribly important. There's incredible empathy on display. You've got the chat box here, like we have a chat box. People talk to each other. They exchange messages. Something happens, some incredible support, some empathetic support is there present all the time. And there's humor and private messaging. And then outside the sessions, oh, Mark, you're there. Yes, how nice to see you, Mark. And Um, and Mark, by the way, has come to Lockdown Folk, and he's a fantastic singer and raconteur. And if you ever get a chance to get him to sing to you or tell stories of his time, especially in Central Europe and so on, please do, because you won't regret a single minute of it. There's all the contacts we have outside the sessions, and inside the sessions there's a tremendous support for everyone. And people do what folk musicians often do. They forget words, or they get the tune wrong, or something like that, or they screw up. I've never heard a word of criticism, just support. And the other thing to say is that every session is completely different, and you never know whether you're going to get a French accordion tune or someone. We've just been joined by a new guy, forget my phone, by a new guy who does all sorts of totally weird things, and it's wonderful. So there we are. So that's my story about Lockdown Folk. Let's quickly translate that to teaching online. And let's try and pick up some of the points I've just made. Number one, in an online environment, especially an online environment where many teachers and students were thrown into it suddenly, some people, of course, had been doing it already, but a lot of teachers suddenly had to start converting all of their face-to-face teaching into online. Oh, stop it. People keep ringing me up. They'll go away in a minute. Oh, I can, wait a minute, I can stop it. They've gone. What was I talking about? Oh, yes. What was I talking about? Completely lost my thread. Oh, yes, I know what I was talking about. I know what I was talking about. In the first place, you know, trial and error is fine. Trial and error is always fine. And when you're working in an online environment, you screw up all the time. Students screw up and teachers screw up, and they press the wrong buttons and things don't work and the Wi-Fi stops working and things like that. It's fine. It's only not fine when people panic, but it's fine if the community accepts that. The second thing is that community is really important. The community. And creating that community is one of the most vital tasks of any online teacher, or any classroom teacher if you want. So in the case of this Lockdown Folk I've been telling you about, we've spent a lot of time, not through any grand design, but it's taught me a lot, actually making the community work, making people work with each other, empathize with each other, support each other, talking to them about their issues and so on and so forth. That's part of why it works. And that's why, by the way, this opening chat is often vital. Not everyone is there, but it just, by the time the opening chat is over and we start singing, there's an atmosphere. How can I describe this when it's just a screen? There's an atmosphere of warmth and empathy and support, which is quite extraordinary. And yes, really, really amazing. And I've mentioned before, I talked before about this incredible attention and presence and silence. And that's really important. And of course, I'm speaking idealistically. What we know about online teaching is one of the most difficult things is keeping students on task, continuing to involve them and get them engaged, which is a big challenge. But the other thing is what I've found out, this is so true for online teaching as well, which is outside the class, outside the actual online sessions, staying in touch, getting in touch with parents, bringing them in, not to the class, but bringing them in to some of the issues surrounding it, supporting students and so on and so forth. And all of these things seem to me to be absolutely vitally important. And it fascinates me that something quite outside my teaching world, which is the world of folk singing and music, demonstrates exactly the same issues as online teaching does, and if you like, face-to-face teaching as well. Now, look, I'm not saying everything's easy. Before I mentioned, you know, people in their private spaces, their offices, their bedrooms, all that kind of thing. And it's not particularly necessarily easy to be that intimate. And teachers and students have to be super careful, obviously, of that kind of intimacy. But as Alina's just said, we have to adapt. Yes, we do, absolutely. So now I wanted to just briefly mention a few things, and then I'll come up with some concluding remarks. In the article in this same issue of Modern English Teacher, you've got Vijaya Kumar and Shakui talking about. They say that one of the clues to online teaching is interaction first, input next. It's the interaction that matters. It's the way you connect, the way that community is fostered and worked with that matters so much more than going straight into how the third conditional is formed or something like that. Especially online, not uniquely, but especially online. That kind of ability to interact on a human level, on an empathetic level, with grace, and with what somebody earlier, I can't remember who said creativity and so on. That's the key to everything, and maybe it's the key to everything in English language teaching as well. How do we do that? How do we interact? Well, each of us who's here is different. Each teacher has their own style, their own style of interaction, and so on and so forth. The proxemics authors, proxemics and pandemics, they talk a lot about key repetition and rewording, constantly repeating and rewording, and so on. Lucas Conker and Andrew Jarvis, called Keeping they talk about how we create a presence. The teacher has to create a presence. Our screen face. I'm nervous about saying this because, of course, you can see me now, and I shouldn't really be talking about. Yes, sorry, I just saw Marilena saying, when we work online 4 hours, it seems like working 8. I was going to say, one of the huge disadvantages about online teaching is it's much more intense than teaching face-to-face, and demands tremendous stamina on the part of teachers, and that's a whole other issue too. Okay, so Lucas and Andrew talk about creating presence with a screen face. You know, spontaneity really matters. Online spontaneity really matters. The only way you're going to keep it alive and intimate and contacting is to be able to react to the moment, to react to what's going on, and so on and so forth. Absolutely key, which is what Marilena's point, I think, is office hours. I've been teaching online for years and years and years at the MA level, as it happens. And the biggest problem there is the whole issue of 24/7 access and students expecting you to be there all the time. You need to be, and particularly because of what Marilena said, you need to be absolutely clear about when you're there and when you're not, and so on. They talk about scheduling emails, scheduling announcements, giving students some kind of routine and rhythm in all this. They talk about entry questions and exit questions, and you know, having good startups and good exits, because you always remember how something ends more than you remember how it begins, and that really matters, and so on and so forth. Leah Bertaco, you've got those two quotes there, and empathy is the key, and the fact is, you know, there was this man called Prensky in 2001 who came up with this ridiculous idea of digital natives and digital immigrants, which was so stupid, as if all kids born in the digital age become digital experts. It's rubbish. It's like all kids born with a piano in a house will become great pianists. Well, it's not true. Some kids are more technically sophisticated than others. Now, I've only got a few minutes, but I've just got 3 little examples. which I just as a kind of a lightening of what we've been talking about. So I was reading an article in the paper the other day. Paper? Well, actually, I was reading an article on my phone, and I read something called The Guardian, which just shows that I'm a sort of slightly left-wing liberal kind of person. Sorry, I admit. But anyway, they had a really good article about recruitment in the business world during COVID and lockdown. Because when someone gets a new job and they go to the office for the first time, well, when they used to do that, what happens? Well, you know, you get introduced to the secretary, you get introduced to the other managers, to the people. You're taken round. Everyone says hello. You're shown things. You have a moment when you stand at the coffee machine, and hopefully your new colleagues will do all this kind of thing. And online, you can't do that because you're just stuck at home. But what good businesses have started to do is work around that and say things like, I tell you what, why don't you show us a corner of a picture in one of the rooms in your house, and then we'll try and guess what the picture is, and then you can tell us the story of the picture and where you got it and what it shows and why you like it, or an object that's special to you and things like that. Now, I've seen that done in classrooms face to face, but it's amazing how online, with those qualities I talked about, the presence, the attention, the silence, and so on, that can be really powerful. I mentioned this singer called Anne. Well, wouldn't you know it? She happens to be an ELT person as well, which is funny. And I first came across her as a singer, and then I discovered she does what I do. She teaches English as a foreign or second language. And she was teaching online the other day. It's just an example. And she's got something called a Shruti box, which is a bit like this thing, but it just goes, and you can go, and then you can sing above it, and it creates a fantastic, I'm going to finish it in about 90 seconds. And it creates an amazing sound. And she did a thing with her students online, and she had it hidden, and she showed the shape. What do you think this is? And they didn't know. And then she pulled it out and said, what do you think this is? And still they didn't know. So she demonstrated what it was. And whoosh, they had this incredible conversation for some time as a result of that, out of which she drew some issues to do with language and grammar and vocabulary and things like that. And then they did the same back. And apparently it was absolutely fantastic. There was a very good session at the last online IATEFL conference by a woman called Laura Edwards, who works in Dusseldorf in Germany. And she described how they invited someone to be their guest for the students to interview, which is much easier to do online than it ever is to bring strangers into the classroom, find strangers, and absolutely fantastic. And the various stages that they went through, using the chat box, using readings, using screens, sending invitations to the person they wanted to invite, preparing the questions, sending thank you letters, summarizing what went on. Fantastic, and in some ways, more efficient and easier to do. And so finally, and by the way, I know quite a lot of people are leaving, and I just wanted to say, as I said, I've got about 30 seconds left, that to all of you who are leaving, I hope, I repeat, I hope no one who you love or like or know, or anyone in the world, has been affected by this dreadful pandemic. And I hope that you continue to be healthy and well, and your mothers and your fathers and your husbands and wives and sisters and brothers and nephews and nieces and kids, you know, because we're going to get through this somehow. Well, I hope we are. Finally, last things. Let's go back into the classroom from all of this online stuff and everything I've said. Six things. Number one, students have lives. And it's our ability to somehow not be in their lives, but to recognize that really matters. Nurturing the student community really matters. The community of the class is as important as their grammar scores. It absolutely is. Authenticity is the key for the teacher. Empathy and respect are its key companions. What we talk about really matters, and not, you know, I mean, I love grammar, of course I do. I spent my whole life working with how to teach it and what to think about it, but it's not important in the end. It's just not important. It's what we talk about that matters, what we connect about that really matters. The next thing, because I've talked about this in the online world, listen more and listen better. Find yourself in that silent attention space. And contact with individual students is really important. Getting students to talk to each other and support each other. Private messages in chat boxes, really, really important. I'm doing what so many of us do as teachers and presenters, rushing, but it's time to stop now. What I've tried to suggest in a sort of big and over a sort of general way is that, like all of us, this situation we've been living through, more serious or less serious, depending on which country and community you're from, has helped me to do a lot of reflection, and I've shared some of that with you. Who knows when and how it's all going to end? We live in very strange times of enormous sort of conflict and stuff. But what I've learned online and from watching the leaders around the world is that there are people who are wonderful at this, wonderful in this world. And it's them I draw inspiration from. So I'm going to stop. I don't know whether we 5 more minutes until the end of the session. Okay, I've stopped. I've got to stop. If anyone wants to ask a question or say something, let's do that. Mark, yeah, I know. Yes, there are lots of people in the world. Anything anyone wants to say? I mean, some very nice messages, which I appreciate very much. Thank you. Hello, Daniela. I've actually seen you. There you are. Daniela, the wonderful Daniela. By the way, I haven't seen her in person for 100 years, and now it's going to be more difficult than ever because of all the stuff that's going on in our world. But as I say in Spanish, un día de estos. I hope so. What will be will be. Yeah. So yeah, I'm sort of pretty much finished, but I'll just stick around for a few more minutes in case anyone wants to say anything. I love the thank yous, by the way. Don't stop. That's really good fun. Well, someone said, talked about the teaching community. I've lost it. Where is it? It's gone. Oh yeah, Paula Oneki. It's nice of you to say that about me, but I would turn that back. I repeat something I said earlier in this talk, which is some of the creativity and skills shown by, and love shown by teachers in this sudden conversion to online teaching has been inspiring, awe-inspiring. And I want to salute you and them for the incredible way in which teachers have responded to this situation. And stay safe to you, Daniela, to all at Fisher, and to all those teachers, all of you and your families. Let's stay safe and be all right. I want to be all right. That'd be so good. I think it's probably time, don't you think, Clara, just to close this thing down? Would you agree, Clara? I'm looking at me and Clara have a little chat thing going. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish I was in Bucharest or anywhere else in Romania. I had such a great time traveling around that beautiful country, from down on the Danube Delta to up into Mekerachuk and everywhere else, places like that and stuff. And Cluj and Iași and all these wonderful places. I want to come back. one of these days. But until then, I'm going. Is that all right? I'm going. Yes, I'm going. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, I've really enjoyed looking at the some of the comments, and as you've heard, sometimes I've had a chance. Oh yes, oh I want to come to Brasov again, Christina. I'd love that. What a gorgeous place Brasov is. Yeah, right. But this really is it. Amazing. I'm going, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of your conference, and I'm going to switch off my camera and say goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. Here we go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Come on, computer, wake up. Yeah, let's try this. No, it doesn't want it. Doesn't want to do it. Oh. There we are. There we are. I think I'm trying to go. It's not working. There we are. Let's go to this. Yeah.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Let me just check that you can see and hear me. That's fantastic. Right, it's been fantastic to be chatting with you in the chat box, and I am really, really excited to be, well, back in Romania again, even if it's only virtually. So a very, very big hello to all of you from the bottom of my heart. Now, before we actually get started, I'd like to ask you how many years you've been teaching for. So would you please type in your chat box and we'll see if we can reach the wonderful number of 1 million amongst us, because there are lots of people in the chat room here. Oh, Annabella, 25. I'm 25 too. So jinx there. That's fantastic. Lots of years I see. 35, Irina. That's amazing. What is your secret for still surviving? This teaching job is quite demanding, as you know. It's also rewarding, but it does take a little bit out of you. 11, Delia, that's fantastic. Delia, I think you're going to die a teacher. You know what they say, once you go past the 10-year benchmark, then you are going to be a teacher forever. So that's good news. Right, so there's quite a lot of experience amongst us in the room today. I'm very, very pleased to be able to tell you that today we're going to be speaking about reading, and reading is one of my huge passions. Is that true for you as well? So if it is, would you type in the chat box? Do you like reading with your students as well? Right, Delia was not planning to change jobs. That's good to know. We need good teachers with us. Right, so we have about 50 minutes together, which means that I've chosen only 3 main objectives for us to have a look at today. Firstly, as I'm speaking to the converted, we all seem to love reading, we're going to start off by thinking about why it is important to read with children in the classroom. And Annabella teaches SEND students, but it is just as important to read with them as well as you are showing. Then we're going to look at a sort of technical aspect, which is choosing the right book for students. And it might seem to be a minor detail, but I think you'll agree with me that it's not that minor at all. Because if we read something that's too difficult, then what usually happens to us? Well, yeah, I can see you nodding there. We become demotivated. But also, if the reading feels very artificial, which is usually the case, or many times the case for foreign students or for EFL students, then it is a little, well, demotivating as well, because it doesn't feel authentic. And finally, we'll dedicate the biggest part of the webinar to thinking about some practical reading activities for the classroom. So before we get started, can I ask you to type in the chat box, what is your energy level today from a scale of 1 to 10? Now, yes, I know that it is lunchtime, so it's not always easy to have a lot of energy. Wow, Christina has a perfect 10, 9s and 8s. This is amazing, and I'm very, very pleased to hear this. Because if all our energy levels are high, then I'm going to ask you to trust me to be your teacher today and to participate in the chat box. Now, I see that Serena only has a 5. Well, Serena, it's okay for you to take a little break as long as the average at the end stays a 5. Is that a deal? Are you ready to go? Can you type in the chat box if you're ready to go? Right, it seems that we have takeoff. Right, now the first question that I'm going to ask you is, can you think of any good reasons to bring reading into the classroom? And the reason why I say this is that in Romania, just as in Portugal or in Saudi or in Turkey, in any of the places I've been to, programs are usually very long, and we usually have quite a bit of trouble getting to the end of the program. I think you'll agree with me on that one. So there's a lot to do. Why should we bring reading, which may seem like an extra, into the classroom? Oh, Annabella, I love your reason. It's fun, and that's perhaps one of the most important reasons ever. We are teaching children, and what do children like to do? Well, They like to have fun. Yes, Daniela, you've sort of read my mind. It definitely does improve vocabulary and pronunciation as well. Monica is saying that it feeds their curiosity. Laura, I could give you a hug because you are saying that it allows children to travel. And you know what Dr. Sales says, reading takes you places. Awana is saying that it builds skills for life. So I think amongst you, you've come up with many, many good reasons. Danielle is saying that it develops creativity, and that's a biggie in today's world. But you've sort of come up with all of my reasons. I'd start off by saying that it develops children's literacy skills. And even though literacy belongs to the 3 R's and we're teaching in a 21st century environment, I would still say that reading is the basis of everything. And I think you'll agree with me on that one. If children cannot read well, they cannot interpret well, which means that they cannot do anything else. And as Simonette is saying, it is one of the receptive skills. Now, it also develops comprehension skills, which means that it does two things at the same time. First of all, as I think Daniela was saying, it develops or it helps us increase our active vocabulary. But it does more than just teach words. It teaches words in context, which means that when the children encounter a similar context, they're able to retrieve that vocabulary. And then it does the same with grammar. They don't learn the present simple, but they learn how to use the present simple or adverbs of frequency or something like that. So it is very, very meaningful, as you were saying, and enjoyable. And what's more, when I read to the students, I find that it creates very, very meaningful relationships in class, which means that it develops the empathy, the awareness and creativity that Daniela was speaking about. And finally, as you mentioned, it allows us to travel the world. But perhaps the biggest reason for me is that, did you know that there is one thing that all good students have in common? So research has been doing, well, investing a lot of time and effort to try to discover what it is exactly that good students across the world in very, very diverse learning contexts have in common. And can you guess what the only thing is that all good students have in common? Let's see if you can read my mind. Barb, yeah, I agree with you. Stories are very, very useful. Well, Christina is putting her finger right on the right button there. The only thing that good students have in common is the fact that they love to read. And so that means that they learn interpretation. So I think this is a really good reason to bring reading into the classroom. Now, once you've decided that reading becomes a priority as a teacher or as a mother or father, as a parent, and I wonder if you can type in the chat box if you also have children. I have two adorable teenagers. Well, adorable on certain days, if you know what I mean with teenagers, right? But oh, Delia has a little princess who is 6. That's amazing. 2 kids, so like me as well, a teenager, Laura, you know what I mean, right? Oh, you're a grandmother, Michaela. So you get all the good things about being a parent. You can treat them all the time, right? A 5-month-old daughter, so you're at the perfect time to start reading to her. Right, now the question is, once we've decided to read, how do we choose the perfect book? And whilst children may be able to choose the book that they like in their native language, this is not always as easy in a foreign language. Now, as I told you, I'm a mother, but I'm also a teacher, and I don't know if you agree with me. Since I became a mother, I feel that my teaching has improved. It's brought a little bit more of heart into something that I did with my mind before, perhaps. And both as a mother and as a teacher, I'm always worried about 2 things when I go and choose a book for my children. Firstly, I'm worried about the quality of the book. And I mean the quality of the book in terms of images and in terms of content. Because if children flip through a book and the images are boring, not very colorful, right, then they're not going to read the book, they're just going to set the book apart. But if they read and like what they see, then there's a bigger chance when they open that book that they'll keep going and reading. I don't know if you agree with me, but if you do, feel free to type in the chat box. Now, the second thing that I'm worried about is the level of language. Because as we mentioned, if the language is too easy, they become demotivated. But if the language is too difficult, what happens? Yeah, you said it. They become demotivated too. So this is really like Goldilocks' porridge. It can't be too easy, it can't be too difficult, it needs to be just right. Now, that's all good and well, but how do we choose a reader that will keep children reading? And that's my second condition. Once I've managed to convince children that reading is really magical, I need a collection of stories that they can keep on reading. Because if they're only 4 and they finished reading those 4, I have nothing up my sleeve to offer them, right? Now, I want diversity in reading because I do have 2 daughters and we're the same parents and they've been educated in the same house. But do you think that they have the same interests? What do you think? Type in your chat box, please. Let's see, Constantini is typing there. No. You see, this is why I love us teachers. We always know the right answer. No, of course not. They're different. And if my 2 daughters are different, then the 30 students that I teach in my classroom are even more different. So I need a certain diversity in the storytelling package so that my students can read for pleasure and not read because I'm telling them to read. I hope this makes sense to you. Please feel free to type in the chat box if it does. So I have some students who are very, very creative and they tend to like original stories more, something that they've never read before, right? But I also have weaker students. Now, it's not that they can't learn, it's just that they learn at a different pace. So I really love using fairy tales with those students for the simple reason that they've already encountered them in their native language. So this means that they know what's going to happen in the story. And so it's easier for them to be able to follow the story in English. As a mother, I must admit that I love classic stories with a good moral, so that as the children are reading the story, they are learning how to be kinder or to share more or to be a little bit more tolerant. So we're teaching them values as we're teaching them the English. And then, I don't know about you, but I have a few children in my class who don't like fiction. They prefer non-fiction. They like reading about dinosaurs and cars and the lions and animals. And so it's also important that they're able to do this in English and to read about the things that they like. Simonetta is saying that some of her students like fables, right? Yeah, so as Annabella is saying, there are lots of different topics that trigger interest in students, and it's important that we have this selection from the beginning. So when I look for a collection of readers to recommend and to use in class, these are the sort of guiding orientations that I bring with me. Now, there's another thing. I teach 30 students at the same time. How many do you teach? Would you type in the chat box? Now, if you are teaching 38-year-olds or 9-year-olds, you will know that you don't have time to go to each and every single one at the same time. So I also need a collection of readers that's very, very simple to use. I see that lots of you teach the same number as I do. So this means that I need a sort of collection that can tell them, read the purple readers, or read the yellow readers, or read the blue readers. And then they know that when they go back into the classroom in the reading corner, they just have to pick up the blue books. And this is important for parents as well, because if parents want to go and buy a reader, they don't necessarily speak English well now, do they? And so they don't know how to choose. And I'd like to share a fantastic resource with you that helps them choose. Now, we'll be doing lots of things in today's webinar, but if there's only one thing that you remember today, then I'm going to recommend that you jot down this URL. So www.ladybirdeducation.co.uk. And the reason why I'm suggesting this is that this is a fantastic site with lots of free resources, both for us teachers and for us parents as well. So it really helps you take English out of the classroom into the children's homes. And this is important because, as we said at the beginning of the session, we have long programs. We don't always have the time to read as many stories as we would like to in class. Wouldn't you agree? So this means that it's a good idea to establish a bridge between the reading that goes on in the classroom and the reading that goes on at home. Now, how are parents going to know what level their children should read? Well, if you go on this www.Ladybird Education site, you will arrive at this home page. And then I need you to click on this red part for the Ladybird readers. Now, if you click on that, then that will take you to this tab, and you'll see that there are two possibilities. You can click, Annabella, yes, all of this is for free. This is why I'm really recommending this site. Students can go on there, or students' parents perhaps, because if you teach very young learners, they can't do it on their own. Right now, there are two tabs. You can go onto the Books and Resources tabs or onto the Tests and Guides tabs. And that's what I've done here. Now, you'll see that the first entry is for videos and the second one is for learning materials. And I've taken a screenshot so that you can see exactly what you'll see on the site. And right here at the end, I don't know if you can see this well, you'll see that there is a leveling test. So if you click on that, then you'll see that it takes you to this. So there you can see it a little bit bigger, right? So it's the fourth document. And once you click on that, you'll see that you get access to various leveling tests, which are very visual and motivating for the children. So the children can quickly do the test. They are not very long. As you know, children have very limited attention spans. And in 5 minutes, you can find out what the perfect level for the readers are. And of course, they have the answer keys so that parents, if parents are doing this, can just correct and then send you an email telling you my child did the test and the level that they have is the yellow level or the orange level or whichever level it is. Right, so I'll type in the link at the end, Joanna, okay? But it's www.ladybirdeducation.co.uk. So very, very useful. Right, now once you've done that, then you need to move on to the next level. This is all good and well, but what am I going to do to make reading magical for the children in class or at home if they are reading with their parents? Now we are going to come back to the same, oh, Joanna, thank you so much for typing that in for me. And Clara, thanks as well. But here it is again on the screen. So on the same site, you can type in and join the club. Again, this is completely free. So it's basically like setting up an email account. Now, I can't join. You'll see my print screen. So it asks me to log in or log out. But basically, you just type in a username and a password and you're ready to go. And I've logged in for one of my favorite readers, Anansi. And what it allows me to do is to unlock the book first. This is the first thing I have to do. I have the physical proof of the book, but I can also have access to the virtual copy of the book, which I can project in class and read as a whole class. So how do you do that? Well, the first thing you need to do is to unlock the book. And to unlock the book, at the back of the book, you get a one-time code that you need to type in. Now, if your book does not have this code for some reason, then all you need to do is to send an email to Global Education, which I'll type in the chat box in a minute, and tell them that you don't have the code, tell them what the title of the book is and where you bought the book, and they will send you a code. So you do not need to panic if you don't see that code immediately. There is a plan B. Now, once you enter that code, it unlocks the book for you, which now means that you have a digital access to the book. This is true for all of the books except for the Pig series, but everything else you can project in class. I'm just trying to type in this for you so that you have access to the email just in case you don't have the code. This has not happened to me before, but you never know. So I've asked for the email there. globaleducation@penguinrandomhouse.co.uk. If you send them an email, they will solve this. Now, once you do this, you have access to lots of yummy free goods. Let me show you. So just hang on a minute here. All you have to do is press on this button here, which says download the documents. And what documents can you download? Well, first of all, you can download the answer keys, both for the readers, because all of the readers have a few exercises in the back of the book, and for the activity books. So that's the activity book link, and this is the reader link. But then you get access to downloading, I can't see my camera properly, the flashcards, and so do parents. So parents can download the flashcards, print them at home, and then work with them at home with their students. And you also get access to the audio versions of these books. So you have a native speaker who's read them and you can download. And as I said before, all of this is free. So you're not having to buy a reader and then buy something else and now buy flashcards as well and buy lesson plans as well. Because yes, you also get access to a very complete lesson plan. And I've seen that we have a number of SEN colleagues with us today. And I'm very pleased to tell you that these lesson plans are differentiated. So they are really ready to go. You can use them for all different types of students in the classroom. And you do not need to spend your weekend planning out the way that you want to use the reader. Now, once you've got this, then you are ready to have fun. Now, I don't know about you, but in class, I usually read the story with students, or sometimes I read a little bit of the story and then leave the story on my desk saying, oh, well, we don't have time to read today, so I'm going to leave the book on my desk, but if you would like to take it home, then feel free to do so and read it at home. Now, this is fantastic, but there's only one little glitch to this. Not all of the parents here in Portugal, where I'm teaching now, are able to speak English well. Is that the same for your teaching context? In fact, I would add that some of the parents speak English, well, so badly that they teach their children mistakes. Like, for example, they don't say 3, but they say tree. So the kids then end up counting 1, 2, 3. Now, this is a problem because once you get a mistake in your mind, as you know, it is really difficult to unlearn that mistake. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but you know when we have a student and we decide that the student looks like a certain name, so we might say, oh, you look like Delia, and then it's really difficult to stop calling that student Delia because for some reason you've learned that that student's name is Delia. So it takes you a long time before you realize that her name is not Delia, but it's something else, and you can't remember the something else. And then eventually you remember that her real name is Gabriella. And I see that this has happened to you as well, Gabriella. So I feel better that I'm not the only one. Now, this is a problem in language learning because if we learn the mistake, it's really, really difficult to unlearn it. Now, parents are not English teachers, so they don't necessarily know how to do what we do with our students, but they do know that their children love stories. Can you think of anything else that children love if you are a parent? All right. So what else do kids love doing? Constantine, games. They love playing games. Anything else that they like doing? Oh, Alina agrees that they love playing games. Christina is saying role playing and plays. Songs, Daniela, they love singing songs and dancing around, drawing. So they like doing all these fun things. They like singing, and you've read my mind there, playing games, and they do like doing English work, but only if it's fun, right? So we need to bring these kind of activities back into the home or into the classroom. And really, from your experience, is there anybody that doesn't like hearing a good story? Well, we love storytelling so much that we even read to our children before they fall asleep at night. So it's a pretty special thing. And I want to tell my parents, read with your children, but I have the problem that their English pronunciation is not that great. And so they don't read well with the correct pronunciation. Now, remember that magical Ladybird education site that I told you about? Well, on this site, you can download the audios for free. And what's more, you can choose whether you like the British pronunciation, like me, or whether you prefer the American pronunciation. And sometimes schools have a preference for one or for the other. And if they don't, then you can give the children access to both types of pronunciation so you develop their listening skills as they're doing reading. And I agree with Lorendana. I'm sorry if I've pronounced your name incorrectly. This really is well because you don't have to pay absolutely anything for it. And remember that parents can also log on and download the resources, which means that you don't need to be sending them anything. You can just share the link with them, invite them to go online, and then they can take it from there. Now,
And Nancy the spider.
when we have a look at our audios, that brings us to a whole different issue because the audio cannot be too fast. What happens if the audio is too fast based on your teaching experience? Would you type in the chat box, please? So if it's really, really quick, the kids are listening to it in class. They're very motivated to hear the story. They open a page and see all these lovely colors, but the audio is so fast that pretty soon, what are they telling you? Teacher, teacher, what are they telling you? This is perfect. I adore the experience. Or might they start saying, I don't understand anything. What's she saying? What's she saying? I don't understand anything. That's it, Tundi. Some of them actually get angry. So it's really important that the audio is not too fast, but also not too slow, because if it's too slow, it becomes very, very boring. And you know what students' attention span is. So I wonder whether you would like to hear a little bit of this audio today so that you can see whether the rhythm is right for your students. Would you like to hear just a little bit? Okay then, your wish is my command. Here goes.
And Nancy
So this is the British English version.
Many small children. And Nancy's children like playing games. The little spiders meet monkey.
Okay.
Can we play with your children? They ask.
Right, so what would you say? Was that a speed that they would be able to relate to? Did you notice how the pronunciation is very crispy, so the reader is not swallowing their words? And this, of course, helps them present and develop their pronunciation skills. Yeah, so I agree. It's perfectly fine for our students. Now, would you like to hear the American English? Because as you know, American English tends to close those vowels a little bit, so sometimes it's a little more difficult to understand. Right, so this is the American version. Here goes.
Little spiders meet monkey. Can we play with your children? They ask.
That's it, Gabriella. It's clear,
says monkey. We don't like your father's games.
Right, so you can see there it's clear, but it's still at a slow pace. And the best thing is that it's slow so that even if you don't know a word of English, you can see the little spiders meet monkey. And so for the children who are still developing their literacy skills, they can just point to and choose the right answer. So this is exactly what I need for my students. Would this work for yours? Would you like to type in the chat box there? Right, now, when I send the readers home, I want to send the readers home for pleasure. I don't want to give parents extra work. They already have a lot of work to do, but I want to give them the opportunity to have very memorable moments with their students. So I avoid giving them worksheets and things like that at all costs. Instead, what I invite them to do is to make a reading passport. Now, basically, what we usually do is just buy a small little book, and I make a nice little cover that they stick on the cover, and it becomes their reading passport. And each time they take a reader home, they have to choose a double page in their passport so that they can get my reading stamp. And what they have to do is write the title of the book. They write the date when they read the book. So in this case, the 23rd of September in 2017. And then they just have to write who they read the story with. So I read the story with my dad or my mom or my neighbor or my brother or my best friend. It doesn't matter who. And then they take a picture and on their phones or on their parents' phones and take a picture of them reading the book together so that I can see that magical moment. And they do that as well. And then once they've read the book, they have a little discussion and choose their favorite part. Now, my children like drawing, so I invite them to draw their interpretation of that favorite part. But there's always one or two that thinks that they can't draw. Do you have that too? So for those, remember, I want the activity to be pleasurable. Instead of asking them to draw, I let them go onto the internet and choose a page on Google Images or whatever they want. And they can print out that picture and stick it in that part, as long as they can then explain why they've chosen whichever particular picture they've chosen. And then with smiley faces, they have to tell me whether they enjoyed the story, whether they thought that the story was okay, or whether they didn't really particularly like this one. And it's okay if they didn't, they can read another story. And then both the child signs and the person that they've read the story with. Now, for each book that they read, they get 5 points, and I have a class thermometer that we color in each time somebody's read a book. And once they get to 100 points or whichever number you want, the number is just a number, then they get a very big treat. And their favorite treat is that I make an English tea for them. Sometimes we go outside and play football together, or different classes will choose different treats, but they really like it when I prepare an English tea for them. And that again is another bonding moment where we are together and we're eating, sharing food together, which in the Portuguese culture is a really, really big thing. Right, now that's one of the things that they like doing. But in the chat box, you also mentioned that children like music, they like singing, and they go completely crazy when they dance, right? Have you seen how crazy they've been getting over these TikToks? My daughter thinks that the world cannot exist without TikToks anymore. Now, this is true for younger students as well. Perhaps they're not making as many TikToks, but they still enjoy singing and dancing. So what I do then is, again, I go onto the Magical Ladybird education site, and now I'm going to download the audio, right? And if you do that, then you are able to download the different audios for the readers. And as you can see, the third one is a song. So what has Ladybird done that I absolutely adore? Well, they've created a song for each reader, which means that that's another way of the children revisiting English with the same vocabulary. In other words, they're practicing English without even realizing it because they're having fun. Now, what we usually do is we prepare these songs for Parents' Day. So, you know, when the parents come and visit us, we prepare a little song to start off and welcome them. And what we do usually is decide on gestures for the song. So imagine if we have pot, can anybody think of a good gesture for a pot? Well, perhaps we could have a little round circle like this for pot. And can anybody think of a good gesture for says? What could we do for says? Can you think of anything that the children could do? Little gesture perhaps says like this, or says. It doesn't really matter what gesture you choose, but what does matter is that the children choose the gestures so it becomes more meaningful. And then we practice singing the song until they're able to sing quite happily without the audio. I always know when they're ready to sing because I keep on turning the volume down a little more. And when I can hear the children more than I can hear the audio, then I know that we're ready to sing for parents. And then when parents come in, we do the singing. Now, if you want parents just to do this at home, you could challenge them to do a talent show. So would you like to hear the story of the magic porridge pot and the song of the magic porridge pot so you can see? Right, shall I play this for you? Right, we'll listen to just a little bit because we don't have much time and I still would like to give you a few more ideas, but so that you can get the feeling of it. And perhaps what you could do is watch me sing. I warn that I sing very badly. Only my students think that I sing well. And if you like, you can join in with the gestures as well. Right? Do you trust me enough to be your teacher and for us to sing the song today? Let's see, are those yeses I see in the chat box going there? Oh, I see lots of people typing. Okay, it's a deal then. So feel free to join in whenever you feel comfortable to. You don't have to start singing from the very beginning. Okay, here goes then. On the count of three. A one, a two, a 1, 2, 3. The old woman says, cook little pot, cook, cook, cook. The little pot cooks. And the old woman says, stop little pot, stop, stop, stop. Here's a magic pot, the little girl says. The little says the words and the little pot cooks. She doesn't know the words. How does it stop? There's porridge in the kitchen, there's porridge in the street. Stop, little pot, says the little girl, stop. And the people in the town eat, eat, eat. Right, did you enjoy that? Did you like the song? Right, let me just stop the audio or we won't be able to get there. Now, this was just our first time and I could already see lots of you doing gestures and a few singing. Yes, I did notice that you weren't all singing, but that's okay because there's the audio that pulls us through. And as the children sing again and again and again, they start becoming more comfortable and then slowly they start becoming autonomous and they learn a lot of this vocabulary. Mirella is saying in order to get to the code, you have to get the book first. Yes, that's true. So once you buy a copy of the book, you get the free version of the code and then of the resource pack, and that allows you to choose all the other resources that we've been looking at today. Right, now, once we've done that, then another thing that kids love doing is playing games. Would you agree? Games is a big thing. They are very competitive and we all like winning and children love winning too. So one of the games that parents can play at home with them is also very, very simple. And again, on the site, if you download the documents there, you'll see that you have access to all of these flashcards, right? So you can print them out. I don't know if you can see them over there. And you can see the same pictures as in the book with the word, so that the kids are also developing sight reading for younger students and working on spelling as well at the same time. Now, if our parents download this, then at home, they can just print them out. And as they're cooking dinner or doing the washing or doing the ironing or, you know, these things that we parents have to do at the end of the day, then they can use the flashcards to get the children to retell the story. So they can ask, who's this? Do you remember in the story? This is monkey. Now, if they can't remember how to say the word, then at the very beginning of the reader, there is a double spread. I hope you can see this okay. And on this double spread, you'll see all the main characters with the words as well. There is monkey. And because it's been recorded, you hear somebody pronouncing the word. So if they can't remember how to do that, they can just go back to the audio and learn how to pronounce the words correctly again. And basically revisit the story with the visual help of the flashcards. Now, once parents are happy that they've understood the story, then what they can do is play spin the bottle. Now, I usually do this on my kitchen table. I clear everything and then put out the flashcards and take an old bottle and get my children to spin. And then, whichever flashcard the bottle lands on, they have to tell me that word. So in this case, can anybody type in the chat box, seeing that you can't speak with me or with audio today, but only through the chat box? Could you type in what word our bottle has landed on? Which one is this? This is, let's see who's going to be first today. Oh, I can see lots of people typing in, but who is going to be first? Ah, I think there were a few ties there. Daniela, Ostachi, and Ruska, I think both of you all were first, to tell you the truth. Monkey. Right. Now, from then on, I can take this a step further and ask them to comment something about the monkey, or ask them what color the monkey is, and then develop their vocabulary in this way. So first of all, we play in class so that the students can then explain to the parents how to play this at home. Do you like the idea? Do you think that you could do this with your students as well and with your parents as well? Let's see. So very, very simple. And as you've noticed, I've kept all the activities very, very simple because parents are not necessarily teachers, but they are educators as well. So they can help them learn this in class. Now, all this is good and well, but if you have to do the Cambridge Young Learner exams in your schools, like my school does, parents have really pressured us to do these Cambridge Young Learner exams. And as you know, they are quite difficult. Students need to practice them before they get the hang of things. Yes, Simonet, that's exactly it. It's sort of like truth or consequence. So you'll also see that the games I choose are based on other games that parents already know because they played as a child, so it's not difficult. Right, but coming back to those Cambridge exams, they need to be trained for kids to get really good marks. And I don't know about your parents, but my parents are quite demanding. So if we've been having English for 3 months and their kids still can't speak English, sometimes they come and visit me and say, Vanessa, I don't know what's going on. My little Maria has been in your class for 3 months and she still can't speak English. And then I have to remind them that learning a language is a process and it takes a certain time. You can't just learn. So you can see that they are very happy to pay for their kids to do the Cambridge exams, but they want the kids to get good marks. Well, I suppose this is true for any parent. We want our children to shine. Now, another reason why I love this collection of readers is that at the back of the book, there is a section with exercises. Now, let me just show you. So right at the back of the book, can you see that on the screen? Would you just type so that you can see this, telling me whether you can see this okay? Okay, right, so you'll see that there's an activity page, and then the activities have been labeled. So you can see what skill they are doing. And then if I bring this closer, you will see that there's a code there for the Cambridge Young Learner exam. So all you then need to do is look at the exercise, look at the code on the exercise there, and you can see which skill it is practicing. Now, kids can do these once they've done all the fun games. Sit down and do 1 or 2 pages every day. They don't need to do all of the pages in a row, but this helps them form the link between the fun reading and the reading to learn. So going back to the beginning of the section, the beginning of the webinar, sorry, all those great reasons that we thought of: developing vocabulary, learning grammar in context, developing reading skills, developing listening skills. This section of the reader allows me to do this without me having to buy an activity book. There is an activity book if parents think their students need extra practice, but from my experience, this already does a lot in the classroom. Now, the problem then is correcting these exercises if parents do this at home. But the good news is that on the Ladybird education site that we've been speaking about throughout today's webinar, there are in that download documents tab, they have the answer keys. And as you can see, the answer keys are really, really simple. So they can see the page and the activity and then just the list of answers. So parents themselves can help correct their students' work, and then they just send me an email with the doubts that the children have. And then from that, I can then help them and structure anything that I notice that they still don't know. So really what's happened in my class is that reading has become a passion that is shared by a sort of triangle. Me, the teacher, the children, but also their parents. And both the children and the parents have started saying, when are you going to send us another storybook? But it did have to start in the classroom with me reading to the children. Now, our time is almost up, and I would like to keep a few minutes to answer any questions that you have, or for us to chat about anything that you would like to chat about. But before we actually do that, I'd like to share a quote written by Beverly Cleary, who's one of my favorite children's authors. And she writes lots of children's books, and I've put a picture of her on the page so you can see that she's written quite a few. She's not exactly new at this, and she's sold lots of books. But when asked why she thinks that reading is so important, she answers in this way, and she says that children should learn that reading is all about pleasure. It's not about something that teachers force you to do at school, like that awful cough syrup that we used to have to take when we were children. And this, I think, is a really, really big lesson because many times we do bring reading into the classroom, but then we follow it up with lots of formal work and reading stops being fun. The reason why I love these readers is that it brings back some of that fun into learning, and it gives children a very big choice. In other words, there isn't just one reader. There are lots of different readers. And if they start reading Anansi and don't like it, they can just put it down and go and choose another book at that level that they do like. Because that's what we do in the real world when we walk into a bookshop. We don't just pick up a book and read it until the end because somebody told us to, but we read it until the end because we enjoy it. And when we don't, then we put it down and choose another book. And this is really what I want to bring into my classroom. So whenever I finish reading a story to children, I always end in the same way, which is glory, glory. This is the end of another wonderful. Can you guess what the last word is there? Glory, glory. This is the end of another wonderful. Clary, you get the prize today. Well done there, story. So I'd like to thank each and every one of you for having been with me today. It's been an absolute pleasure to have spent a whole hour with you. And I've tried to be very, very good with the time so that you can have lunch and then come back to the conference on time. And so I'm very pleased to say that we still have 10 minutes for any questions that you have or anything that you simply want to chat about. Because I don't know if you feel like I do. I'm married to an engineer and he is wonderful. I love him very much. But he doesn't really understand my complaints about teaching. It's not very often that we get to be with this many teachers who can share their experience with us. Right, so I think there was a question over here, and now the chat box has gone up. Let me see if I can find it again. If you asked a question that I didn't see, can you just type it in now again, because the chat box flies by. Right, so do you have to register? Tundi is asking, do you have to register on the site to download materials? Yes, you do, but it's basically like setting up an account, the same as setting up your email. So the only thing you have to do is choose a username and a password. And once you've done that, you get into the site immediately. To remind you of the site, it is www.ladybirdeducation.co.uk. If you type in Ladybird Education on Google, it takes you straight there. So not difficult to find at all. And remember, if there's any problem with the code in the back of the book, then you send an email to globaleducation@penguinrandomhouse.co.uk and they answer very, very quickly. As I've said, this has never happened to me before, but if it does happen to you, that's your get out of jail card so that you're not lost. Right, so I wonder if we have any questions today or whether your tummies are saying the question is, can we go off to lunch? Right, I'm very, very pleased that you enjoyed the webinar and it's been a huge pleasure to have been with you. It's also made me miss Romania a lot. And when I logged on, Jeremy Harmer was just saying how much he misses going to Romania as well. And being with you today has reminded me of how much I miss that as well. Right, so a big thank you. If there are no questions, then Clara, can we declare this lunchtime so that everybody can be back in time for the afternoon session? Let me see what Clara says. Everybody is typing in at the same time. Sorry. Okay, well, I see again that there are no questions, so I'm going to again thank you very, very much for having been online today. I also want to thank you very much for having chosen to be a teacher, because I am fully aware that you could have chosen any other job, that you wanted to do. You could have become an engineer or an architect or anything else, but you chose a life that is all about educating our children and preparing them for the challenges for tomorrow. So I think that's a pretty brave choice. And as a mother today, I would like to say thank you for having chosen that job. Because without you wonderful teachers, we would not be able to have the children that we need to have for this next century. So a big thank you for having chosen to be a teacher, and an even bigger thank you for going into the classroom every day with a very big heart and doing everything that you can to make a difference in each and every one of our students' lives or our children's lives. Please know that that is noticed. Sometimes we parents don't have time to go and say thank you. So on behalf of all of the parents of the children that you teach, today I would like to say a big hearty thank you to all of you. I'd also like to wish you a very, very good academic year, which is just about to start. This COVID has brought, well, quite a few challenges. And I don't know about you in Romania, but here in Portugal, we are holding thumbs that we'll be able to be with the children every day this year. We spent a whole third term without being with the children in lockdown, and never have I missed the noise in the classroom as much as I did this time. So I really hope that you and your families are all safe and that we are able to have a fantastic academic year in the classroom with all of those challenges. So again, a very, very big thank you. I'm going to be switching off my video and camera now and wish you the very best of luck this year and hope to see you online. I noticed that somebody asked for my email, so before I go, I'll just type in the chat box my email. And if you would just like to speak to a fellow teacher or just share how one of the stories have gone in your classroom, please feel free to do so. It's always a pleasure to hear from another teacher. So a very, very big hug and a goodbye from me for today. Bye-bye, everyone.
Hello, and welcome to my presentation, Making Primary Readers Work Online. My name is Rebecca Adlard, and I'm an author, teacher trainer, and I've just been working with Collins Publishers on their new series of primary EFL readers called the Peapod series, and I'm very lucky to be series editor for their series. So welcome to my talk today. It's lovely to meet you all virtually. And I apologize now that the way you will see me doing this from time to time as we go through this presentation, because I'm referring to my PowerPoint, which is on another screen in front of me. So I hope that's not too distracting for you. Okay, so making primary readers work online. Obviously, this is a major concern at the moment of how to support our learners when they're not within the classroom. So why use readers is the big question. And when I was thinking about this, I thought, in a way, it's all the things we know about readers that are particularly important and useful when we're looking at distance or online learning. The first one is they are engaging, they are stimulating. They provide a very rich learning environment that is full of fun and energy and changes focus for learners. And they're enjoyable. They mirror what our children, our learners would do on their own time. They like stories, they like books. Children generally are quite interested in the world and finding out about new things. And therefore, by giving them books, we are giving them a relatively enjoyable task, even if there's the challenge of doing it in English. Learning by default. Often, with a good reader, children will almost forget they are doing it in a second language. They will hopefully be immersed in the story or the content of the book, and that gives them a foot in to their learning. Varied. A good series of readers will have variety in terms of genres, in terms of topics, of characters, of storylines, and therefore there should be something for every learner to discover and enjoy. Readers, of course, support your curriculum. They anchor your vocabulary and the language that you want your learners to learn in a very meaningful context and in a variety of contexts. So they support all of the learning you might be doing in your coursebook or your classroom activities. And they will extend that learning by putting that vocabulary and that language in other situations as well. They will show the diversity of the English language and hopefully will encourage learners to really appreciate the sounds and the rhythms of the language that they're hearing. They can also support, when we head towards exams, they can support exam-focused topics, the vocabulary they will need to recognize and learn, and the language structures to do that. So they can also support across curricula. So topics that learners have studied, maybe in arts or sciences, social sciences, can be reflected in both fiction and non-fiction books. And again, our maybe weaker learners, or maybe less motivated learners might find that another way in to English, reading across curricula. They can provide a very positive view of English, and that's always going to be good. Learners can also practice all the skills, really. Obviously, the most obvious skill they will be doing is the reading, and they will usually also be doing some listening if there's either you or a parent reading to them, or there's an audio attached they can listen to. So they can practice both of those skills, listening and reading together. Equally, a book think of a book club. A book should be talked about. It should be explored and discovered. And that means there's lots of opportunities to practice speaking skills and communication skills as well when working with readers. And then, of course, we've got lots of scope for extension activities that can include writing or a mix of all those skills. So readers can definitely provide a multi-skill tool for us to use. And readers also, and maybe even most importantly, help children to connect. They connect on one level if they read the same stories or they read together with other learners or with their parents or with you as a teacher. So they're connecting in an enjoyment, a sharing of a special time reading a book. But also, these stories and these concepts can help them connect to the real world, which is something at the moment that has to be at the forefront of all educators' minds, is if our children are not with us in the classroom, if they are not sharing our learning space, then how are they connecting to others? How are they learning to interact socially? How are they playing out all the small dramas of their lives that teach them all those social skills that are needed for life? Sometimes we call them soft skills or 21st century skills. And when they read a story or read a non-fiction book, they are connecting with the world. They are connecting with others, other characters, other situations, seeing other points of view, watching people having to sort out problems, to negotiate, and having fun as well, and finding things out. So we can link to their curiosity and to their natural need to socialize through these books and give them a perspective of the real world that's still there, will still be there, and that they need to move in as they grow into global citizens. And their ability to use English to communicate in that way is part of this learning journey for them. So we also give them this connection, gives them a reason, a meaning to be learning English as well. And of course, one reason why readers work really well on distance or online learning is that they can have a very high element of autonomy. Children can be asked to go and read a book, whether it's the first reading or whether they've already heard it discussed a bit, they read again. They can read on their own time, wherever they like. You can take a reader almost anywhere to read, and that means we're teaching them to be more autonomous, to take control of their own learning. And when they're not in the classroom with us, that's also really, really key for them, a really important skill that even in secondary school, we are finding children are struggling with taking responsibility for their own learning. So the earlier we can try and encourage the autonomy, the better it will be for our generation of learners. Okay, I'm sure there are other ideas why readers work really well online, and I'm sure you may have some suggestions later on. But let's talk about choosing a reader. Obviously, it's a very obvious point. We need a reader to be age and level appropriate. And level appropriate will also apply to if you are moving them towards exams, that the readers are reflecting the word lists and the structure lists within those exams and taking them steadily through and increasing them and their exposure to all of that and giving them lots of practice of the language as they move closer to the exams and they move up through the levels as they progress with their learning. So you want a wide range of readers, and you want to think carefully about your class and your class level and also those individuals in your class. And you may want to allocate a different set of readers to different groups depending on their abilities. And again, you know, with readers, you can use them very well with diverse classes by really pinpointing what a particular child or group of children need. Obviously, the story and the content is paramount. We move away from the idea of the course book story with readers, because a course book story, whilst there are amazing course book stories out there, their primary concern, their primary objective is simply to present language in context, hopefully in an engaging way, but repeated so that children really, really see it and understand how it's formed and how it works. What we're looking for in a reader is where the language takes a backseat and the story drives our reason for reading. So we want good story, good content, good authors, and also good illustrations that will really, really pull our readers in. Alongside that comes natural language. Yes, we want all the language structures involved, but again, the story must be the most important thing. We want books and readers that really speak to the child. Remember, these children, if they're reading at home, away from you, away from the motivation of being in the classroom, they need to engage with the readers that you choose for them. This could be allowing them to choose readers for themselves, and there's a very good argument for that as well. But it's also about making sure the range of readers that you give them really will speak to them. So making readers very child-centered, so they can recognize the situations that they're reading about. They recognize something in those characters, and if not in themselves, in people they know, and they have a step into the world of the book. For example, you might find that some children like to see familiar characters as they read. So they would prefer to have a set of books about two characters, for example. They know where they live, they know what they like, they know things they might say. And this familiarity gives them sort of a more comfortable entrance into that world of the story or the book. So you might decide that your learners need to have these recognizable settings and characters, and they go on a journey with those characters, developing alongside them, exploring alongside them. Other children might be more inclined to want to read about things that interest them. So if you know your children have certain interests, hobbies, things you've talked about in school, things that have been talked about in other subjects, then you might want to link readers to those. Here you'll see that I've got just an example of a topic about horses. You could have children who own horses, have gone horse riding. They might have studied horses in another topic, in another subject. And here you've got both a fiction and a non-fiction book on that topic. So you might want to look and say, what would we be interested in reading about? And that might be how you choose the readers. The approach, I think we've talked a little bit about this, is very important. How are the readers drawn into the story? And this is often about the first couple of pages of a book. Are they engaging? Can they recognize the situation they're looking at? Are the characters alive for them? And you can ask children, have a look at a couple of first pages. You know, is this a good book? Do we like the look of this? Let's try another one. And this works for fiction and non-fiction. A non-fiction book, in the same way, needs to grab their attention, needs to interest them and make them want to ask questions. Okay. So we're looking here then at the idea of distance learning, which just very briefly I would say is about when a child is learning in their own environment, away from the classroom, away from the teacher and their peers, possibly with parental support or even a tutor's support, possibly on their own, with limited interaction or connection with a teacher. Online learning, I would say, is more like this. You might see your teacher, you might have a live meeting with them, you might have a recorded meeting like this with them, but there's a bit more, and we will talk more, and I will set you more tasks and respond more to what you've done. And then there's blended learning, where there's a combination of this, distance and online, and possibly some classroom time. And obviously at the moment, across most of the world, in fact, I think this blended learning is where we're at, which is quite good when we're using readers, because it means we can introduce this in the classroom and then take it home, if possible. But equally, we can use some tools to try and just encourage children to use readers at distance. So why not set up a reading challenge? You can put together a very simple reading challenge maze or stepping stones or path journey for them, where you can choose the books that you think are appropriate, interesting for your specific set of learners, and challenge them to get from one end of the path to the other. Equally, you could simply have 6 stepping stones, 8 stepping stones, and allow them to choose the books that interest them themselves. You can have as many books as you think they're likely to be able to read, so it's challenging but not impossible. And obviously you could do it per half term, per term, whatever works for you in your classroom situation. So setting them up, this is your reading challenge, and they need a copy of this challenge chart. Now, bearing in mind at home, it means that we are probably with primary relying on quite a lot of parent support. So we need to supply, oops, sorry, I went the wrong way, went too fast there. Let me come back. We need to supply audio for our learners and their parents, for those that are not fluent in English, would not be confident reading a story aloud in English to their children, and for children who are not at the level where they can confidently read in English to themselves. So for them to be able to hear the language, hear the pronunciation correctly, we need to supply either a pre-recorded audio or ourselves reading for them. And then we need to enable parents to really work with these readers, with their children. So we need to supply some sort of step-by-step guide on how to really use readers. And here we want to give them some ideas on how to begin by introducing the book, looking at a cover, using a cover. And then we want to move on and tell them how to access the book for their, I hope you can see that, for their readers, for their children, sorry. So this might be opening up the first spread and saying, let's set the scene. Where are we? Who are the characters in the book? And then what are the key words that we're focusing on? Oops, here. What are the key words that we're focusing on in this book? And this interaction will help learners to access the story world or the fiction, non-fiction world. It will give them key vocabulary to look out for as they read or listen to the story. And it will help them to just start thinking about what's going to happen in that story. So we want some few questions, maybe a personal question as well to ask your child. What do you think the story is going to be about? You know, have you got any of these items, for example, here? You know, or where's your hat? Where's your bag? And any questions like this. And that will really engage the readers. So then after the child has read the book, we then need to help parents and children to do some after reading activities. So for example, here we have a picture dictionary at the back of this book, and we have audio attached. So a parent can listen to the audio with their children, and children can repeat the words. But it's nice if then we can also suggest a game they can play or an activity to work a bit more with those words. Similarly, a comprehension activity at the back of a book is lovely and useful, but sometimes parents just need to know what they're meant to ask, how they're meant to help their children to do those activities. This one is quite straightforward. It's a yes or no, but we have others. Let me show you. There's a picture dictionary. Others that are slightly more complex, and parents might just need a little bit of a hand looking through those. So let's give them ideas on how to use those. And then we talked about multi-skills. So readers should be used to practice listening and speaking as well as just the reading and the listening. Here we've got after reading, listening and speaking practice that aligns to starters and movers exams. So using our readers to promote or practice those exam style activities. And you can see here we're supplying an audio script and a picture prompt. And this audio script is recorded, so parents only need to play it, and a child needs to listen to those questions, look at the picture as a stimulus, and see if they can respond. Obviously, they won't be able to respond every time or on their first time or to every question, but through practice and more practice and more practice, hopefully they will get into a rhythm of listening and answering, and their original sort of one-word answers, yes, no, will become more extended, like yes, I do, or no, I don't like cakes. On a picnic, I like to eat sandwiches, whatever the question and the answer might be. So lots of practice of listening and speaking, and that will really help parents in particular to work with these books and to see the purpose of these books. So although we want them to simply enjoy the story and hear the language, we can actually use readers to develop a lot more than just sort of an extra activity. We can use them really to prepare learners. Here's another listening and speaking practice with slightly more complex questions, open questions that ask children to think about what they like or think about the topic, and to give some more personal information, opinions, or facts about themselves, where they live. Also, parents need to know what conversation they could have with their learners after they've read these books. So here we provide lots of questions about what happened in the story, why they think something did or didn't happen, how the characters might have felt when they were doing things, hearing things, saying things in the story, and then relating it back to themselves. And again, all this is incredibly good practice for those speaking exams that they may be moving towards. And will give parents a lot of ideas for time spent talking about the books. They're also obviously very useful for you if you're doing a kind of live interactive session with the class. Unfortunately, many of our learners would not be able to respond on a live chat, being too young, or their language level or their typing skills are just not good enough. But that doesn't mean that you can't still ask those questions and have them think, say into themselves. And many of these can be done in their first language. to really make sure they've understood the English in the book and the concepts in the book. A lot of these will also deal with personal and social, emotional health, and that is also really key at the moment. Readers can give us a way into discussing topics that are perhaps more sensitive, more difficult to talk about. And at the moment, children do need to be able to have a space to think about how, again, to resolve conflict, to discuss what makes them happy, what makes them sad, how to be a good friend, all of these things. And so let's give lots of ideas here for parents to help children to talk about that, or equally you can use them yourself, especially in a blended learning approach, once children can come in having read a book and you can discuss it. Also, it's nice to give some extension ideas that possibly link back to other curricula. So we've got here a kind of science one, a more technology-based one, and a creative writing extension. And a nice way to present these is for you to actually make your own video modeling your answer to this, your experiment, your text that you wrote, your story you wrote, your picture you drew, and inviting learners to do the same. And then hopefully they can send those to you and you can make a gallery or at least respond individually to them saying, oh my gosh, that's amazing, or share on your school website, whatever it is. So lots of ideas for after reading activities that can extend their language, but also extend the concepts and the topic. Okay, so that's kind of distance learning, I suppose, and possibly a blended learning approach. Lots of support, lots of ways of working with the readers all the way through the books. But equally, what's really nice is the connection, and that's what learners I've found who are at home feeling quite weird about the world really need, is they need to see your face and feel that you're still there for them. And so what I've done now is I have produced something, a little video for you to watch that uses two platforms really, Zoom and Loom. And I think a really nice way to kind of put you into your learners' learning environments at home. So I'm going to play those now and I'll come back to you afterwards. Okay, so what I've done here is I have created a loom. Now this is something you may or may not be familiar with, and it's just another tool that we have that we can use to try and make those connections with our learners when we're not able to be in the classroom with them. So I thought I'd have a play around and see what we could do to bring the readers alive and to replicate that classroom sort of dynamic a little bit with all the parameters that we have with online and distance learning. And as a parent, when my children were in lockdown quite recently, I found these Loom videos really, really helpful when teachers would do them, because the children felt that they were actually with the teacher, actually being taught, and that was really positive for them. So this is what I've played around with. What I've done, first of all, is I've just used Zoom, other platforms are available, to create a video of me reading aloud one of the stories like you might in the classroom. So looking at the cover of the book, taking time to talk them through it, having a look at the different pages and reading the story. Obviously, you can use Zoom to do this live or other platforms, but this is a recorded one. So this means that there's some autonomy. Parents can sit down and use it with their children when it's appropriate. Children can watch it again and again. And yeah, so it's quite a nice tool just to have them seeing you reading to them in English. So I'm going to play you just a little bit of that to start off with. Okay,
So today I'm going to read on my sofa, and I'm not alone. I've actually got, you might be able to see, I've got my cat who is going to sit and listen with me. And the story that we're going to read today is called Climb to the Sky. So I hope you've got your book with you. If you have a look, follow along as we're reading. But let's have a look first of all then at the book. Let's bring a little bit closer. There. So climb to the sky. Now, as you can see, it can be a little bit clunky. So you're having to move the screen a little bit, you're sort of trying to read the page while you're looking at it, and you'll see in a minute when I'm trying to do my lefts and rights, it gets a little bit confusing when I'm trying to point. But equally, what you are providing is something much more like a normal environment for them. And they're going to find that quite nice, I think, and quite cute. And they don't need it to be perfect. They don't need it to be like a TV program. They actually want to see you. And anything you might end up doing in a classroom, and you're probably more polished than I am, but that's fine. It looks fine because it's normal and it's natural and it's using language and it's communicating with them. So don't worry if your video doesn't look like it's been shot by a crack team of video producers, and like mine has its homegrown elements. I think if children are working remotely and are based at home, it's quite nice for them to see little things about you and your home, to say we're in this same situation and that's okay. So I included my cat. You don't have to, but it's just quite a nice little thing for them to see. Okay, so I'll play just a little bit more and then I'll show you a bit more about the loom. Okay, take me over here. How do you climb to the sky? Who have we got? I can see we've got two girls here. We've got, this is Bo. She's got brown hair. This is Pip. She's got black hair. So Pip and Bo, and can you see what this is? This is a hot air balloon. You might have seen hot air balloons. Very big balloon that goes up, up, up into the sky. And underneath, there's a basket. And people can sit in the basket, stand in the basket, and the balloon takes them up over the countryside and they can look down and see everything below. So maybe in this story, Pip and Bo are going up in a hot air balloon. Let's have a look. Okay. So what's in this story? Okay. So on this page, I've got the option of I've recorded myself reading aloud these words and putting in some sound effects, you know, sheep there and a lion that children can join in with me and they can copy. Or I can use Loom to help me with this. Sorry, you can see a cursor on my head. So Loom is another free platform, and it allows me to put myself here in a bubble. And as I move along, I can move around as much as I want on the page to show what I'm looking at, get myself out of the way if I need to focus on a part of the screen, a different part of the screen. And it's quite funny for the kids. They quite like seeing moving teacher rolling around the page like this, where I might, and I can even take myself off the screen if I want to totally concentrate on the page or anything I'm doing on there. I can also make my image a little bit bigger if it's more important that you're focusing on me at this moment and what I'm telling you, or if it's more important to look at the page, I can be a bit smaller. I could make myself the head of an elephant. I could cover a word with myself and say, can you remember the name for this animal? It's an elephant. I can make myself the bear. I can make myself the duck. Lots of things I can do by playing around with this, and I can totally focus children on where I want them to be and where I want them to be looking on the page. So I think this is quite a nice interactive tool. What I've done, as I said, is I recorded this Zoom and then I have played it using on my computer a VLC media player. So it's whatever media player your computer has would work. This is VLC, and when I play the VLC, I can stop and start obviously my Zoom video, and I can add Loom as a feature on top of that. So I've layered, if you like. So those are my 3 steps. You make the Zoom video, you save it and play it on your VLC media player or other media player, and then you attach Loom to it, saying that you want to use the window and the camera, and then you can annotate like this. Okay, so if we move a little bit on into the story, if I move my Zoom along, okay, so I'm talking about that. I'm talking about the next page, what I can see. And then, let's see, we start to read here.
Our 2 characters, Bo and Pip. Okay, shall we start reading? Follow along while I'm reading.
So here I'm going to want to move myself out of the way.
Pip
I don't
said,
want to be on the
What's this,
text.
Bo? Bo said, It's Grandad Pete's hot air balloon, Pip. Pip said, A hot bear balloon. Bo said, No, a hot air balloon. Pip said, What's a hot air balloon?
So here I might want to pause, or if I've already read the story once, I might want to come back to this page, because what I've heard here is a sound that I might want to focus on. So we've got bear and air, and now this is where Loom is, I think, a really nice tool, because I'm afraid you can't see it on my screen, but I've got down one side a little menu that's giving me a pen, and I can choose different colours. So for example, if I choose a blue, I can come over here and I can draw or circle something on the text, and then as you can see it disappears. So I'm going to take another colour and go, can you say this word? Bear. There's another word on this page that rhymes with the word bear, but the spelling is different. Can you look and find the word that rhymes with bear? Okay, and then I can wait, allow my students a little bit of thinking time, and then I can say, okay, did you find it? We've got bear, and then we've got air. Bear and air. So I can practice some sounds. Equally, I could say, okay, what animal is this? Yep, it's a bear. Okay, and what animal is this? Yep, it's an elephant. Okay, I could say, let's all be Pip. Let's all say Pip's line here. Pip's thinking. What about this question? Would you like to go up to the sky. What do you think? Tell me, would you like to go up to the sky? Would you like to go up in a hot air balloon? I'd like to go up in the sky. I'd like to go up in a hot air balloon. I think it would be fun. Okay, so you've got these lovely tools that you can use just to either isolate things. If they had the vocabulary, we could say, what's this? We can talk about the various things the characters are doing. I could even just say, who's this? Pip or Bo? And it gives us a very nice little interactive tool for them. Okay, let me get rid of that. So if we go through the story, we get to the end. Let's have a little read of the end of the story.
Pip looked down. She saw the river below, and it was beautiful. Pip says, "Wow, I love hot air balloons. So do chicken, duck, and sheep. It's easy to fly in a hot air balloon. I don't know why you were afraid, Bo." The end. And there they are, flying high, up, up, up into the sky. And look, there's their hot air balloon with the elephants on it. And down below, we've got the river. And I can see a bridge on the river, lots of trees and fields. And over here, we've got the first hot air balloon. And in the hot air balloon, I can see there's chicken, there's duck, and there's sheep. So let's have a look. What words?
Welcome back. It's me again. I hope you found that useful and interesting. I think it's quite simple techniques that really will engage your learners and really help them through what are quite difficult times. And I didn't really explain how to make the Zooms or the Looms, but there are loads of tutorials online. And if I can do it, believe me, you can do it. And as I said on that video, there are obviously other platforms available and you may well have ones you prefer. Okay, so let's move on then to the third thing on my online learning journey. We had a Zoom and a Loom. And then the last thing I have here is called Kahoot. And again, other platforms are available. You may have your favorites. Simply to prepare a short interactive quiz that just reviews some of the key concepts or language the children have been looking at in that reader. I'm just going to share my screen with you. Give me 1 second. Hopefully this will work. And I will show you, oh, wait a second. And I will show you Kahoot. Okay, so this is my Kahoot that I have set up for Peapod After Reading. All your children can take part. They can all play. If you're doing a live session, they can play together in a competition environment, or you can give them a link and they can play in their own time. So we're going to join with the name of a student. Let's have Pam. And Pam's going to join. You can see there have already been 3 players on here. And now Pam's going to join. There's a timer on Kahoot, which you can turn off if you don't want it. It's too stressful. So our first question, what is this? And they get points depending how quickly they clicked on the correct answer. And here we can see that Pam's doing very well and she's second only to Bex up there. Okay, I just need to move myself to do the next one. So again, what bird is this? They get didn't do very well there, but never mind because there are more questions. So we can see that she didn't do quite so well as Bex on that one. So another alternative is the true or false. Again, this is very easy. There she is. And then the next one is more from one of our non-fiction books. Was that true? But she was wrong. And then we can see everyone who's played and they get a scoreboard at the end. So that's quite nice, connects them back with their peers, connects them back into the classroom. And, you know, you can always send out a little hooray certificate or nice email for whoever won. You could equally put learners into small groups and add up final scores to find which group overall got the most from their game. So that's also quite a nice little tool that we can use. Okay. So what else do we need to do after reading? We need to validate the reading challenge. I've set you this challenge. We've done all these lovely activities. You've done really well. But now let's focus on what you've done. So a reading journal is a really good idea. Now, you can have as many columns as you want for them to fill in. I just threw some up here that I thought were nice ideas. You need to vary it depending on the age, the reading level, the writing level, the English level. The one thing that's quite nice is to have a date and a parent's signature. So again, getting the parent to sign that this child has read this book validates the reading and involves the parent in the learning. It also means that there's a connection between you and the parent and the home that you're keeping going. I've got book title, whether it's a fiction or a non-fiction book. I like where I read it. I like the idea that we're encouraging them to look at using readers flexibly, anytime, any place, anywhere. Who I read it with. Did they read it alone? That was well done, you. Did you read it on a live Zoom call with me and the rest of the class? Did you read it at night with mum or dad? Who did you read it with? And then a comment. Now, this is very important. It could simply be a little emoji smiley face or a little sad face, but some comment, and hopefully as they progress, those comments will extend and get bigger. What did you think? What did you like? Why? Why not? Again, your choice if that's in English or in their first language. Other things you could add, favourite word in the book or a new word I learned, favourite character or best new fact. And I'm sure there are lots of other things you can customise. But getting them to fill this in for each book they read in the challenge, and then to either take a photo and send it to you or fill it in online and send it to you so that you can see where they are and respond. So you might want to add another column there that says teacher comment and just respond to whatever they've written about that book. Okay. And again, anything they send you, we looked at those ideas for extending reading with little experiments, little videos they make, little stories they write. If you can, try to put that up somewhere that they can access, that their friends, their extended family, their peers, the school can access. It could be a school website, it could be an Instagram for your class, a Pinterest, a Facebook, whatever works, but try to validate the learning and keep it connected. Send them the link every week, every couple of weeks, send it to parents saying, go and have a look. This is what the class has done. I'm so proud. And when they get to the end of the reading challenge, they need something that says, well done. And so give them a certificate, perhaps. It could be something else, but a certificate is nice and easy. You can fill them in and then you can just email them out to parents who can print them for their children. This one I just found online at a site called twinkle.com. There are others you could custom make your own. And so they need to have that real encouragement. They need to know they've done well. They need to know you're proud of them so they can be proud of themselves as well. Obviously, there are other resources out there to support this learning, especially a focus on exams, or it may be that you're supporting the course book with these readers and therefore you're going to link them back to the course book, back to the workbook maybe. But give give parents all the resources that you can to help them through this time. And that is, I think, the end of my time here. I think we've run out of time. So thank you very much for joining me today. That was quite a quick run through of everything I had to say, but I hope you've taken away some useful ideas. And this is available for you to go back and look at in your own time. And hopefully you will have a look at the lovely new Peapod readers and let us know what you think. Any comments will be very, very welcome. Thank you all for your time. I wish you all the best with this new blended or online distance learning scenario. And I hope readers really help your class and support your class in their English language learning journey. All the best. Many thanks. Hello? I'm not sure if you can hear me. Yeah, excellent. I hope you enjoyed that talk and that you found some things very useful. If anybody's got any questions that they'd like to ask, we've got about 10 minutes, I think. Yeah, so feel free to ask me anything. I'm sorry, you'll see me looking down. I'm trying to look and see if there are any questions popping in. Thank you for all your very nice comments. Much appreciated. And obviously, you're very welcome to email me if anything comes up once you've had time to think and process everything. And if anything links to other talks that you've seen in this conference, other things you've read. Thank you very much. Be interesting to know if anybody out there is using readers online for their learners. That would be a good thing to know, and how you're doing that. And if you are setting up those reading challenges, if you're using live Zoom sessions or recorded sessions with anything, that would be great. Thank you. Nice comments. Not being able to actually talk to you at the beginning of the presentation. I don't know how many of you are primary school teachers, but obviously a lot of the techniques we've talked about and looked at work equally well with secondary schools and secondary children, and that keeping that connection alive and keeping that interest in English and reading as much as is possible. So please, bear that in mind if you do happen to either teach across the spread or you are a secondary school teacher. The reading material that I used are from the Collins Peapod reader series. I'm not sure if you can see that very clearly. Collins Peapod, so it's from HarperCollins Publishers. I think if you contact Fisher, they will have all the details that you need. Couple more minutes of any more questions popping in. Thank you, Simonette, for your comment. can see lots of you are typing still. It would also be interesting to know the readers that your learners do like, that do interest and engage them. So if you feel like dropping me an email as well to let me know genres, topic types, anything like that you think really engage your readers, your learners, then I'd be really interested, as I'm always planning more readers, looking out to find what children really, really want to read. So again, if you have the time and you read a lot with your classes, then do let me know. Just a couple more minutes. Any questions? Thank you, Svetlana. Interesting, Alina. Yes, you've mentioned that young learners like animals in stories. I think this is true. I think sometimes very young learners will respond more to those kind of talking animals and animal characters. But as children progress, I think it's quite interesting for them to see children not dissimilar to themselves in stories, and to really get a perspective on how other children might deal with life and situations they see all the time. So I think that for younger children, definitely those animal characters really, really grab them. And then I think we need to see, as we progress up the levels, that kind of almost a more maturity kicking in of that interest in others, as children themselves become more aware of others around them and the interaction between themselves and others. But it's a very good point. Thank you. My email address, yes, I can repeat. It is all lowercase Rebecca Adlard at yahoo.co.uk. And it is on the presentation, which I think you'll be able to watch again, I think. If not all the children have the book, Carmen has asked. That's a really good question, and it does make it a lot harder. Of course it does. But of course, with the Zoom that I recorded, and you will have to practice to make sure it's very lovely and clear what they can see of the book, then you can read the book with them, and they can go back and they can watch that again and again and again, as many times as they like. And then if there were a parent working with them, as we discussed, then they can use that Zoom to discuss what's on each page. They're just going to have to flick it through as if it's an online book. And I think that's not a perfect solution, but at least it's the beginning of a solution for them. How can you motivate learners to read more? Internal motivation. I think that is also a really good question. I think what we have to remember is that, as I said right at the beginning, often readers are quite motivating internally because it's something a child might do in their own language. And this idea that they can do it anywhere if they have the book is also motivating, so they can replicate that bedtime story that they love just in English. Or, you know, children often will just pick up a book and flick through it, and that's fine. And especially with a non-fiction book, that's perfect. You can dip in and out. And I think something like those, a feeling of connection with others, a feeling of working something out will motivate them. So set children a little task, a little question or quiz as to what they can find out in a story that will make them want to read more as well. Things like this really help. But again, I'm very happy to respond to an email and try and talk a little bit more about that internal motivation if you'd like me to. Where can you buy the books in Romania? I'm not in marketing or sales for Collins. Obviously, I don't work actually just for Collins. But as far as I'm aware, I think you need to ask Fisher, who have organised this wonderful conference, and I think they'll be able to give you the information. High school students who dislike reading, that is much, much more complicated. I think we unfortunately are beginning to see generations of non-readers. What I have discovered recently, and I'm myself sort of looking into and pursuing, is textbooks. I don't know if you've seen this, or message books, which actually are books that you read on a phone, and they take the form of text messages. So those are somewhere to go and look, and there are lots in English, if you've got reluctant secondary high school readers for English. And that's where I would direct you and see if that can motivate some of your learners. I think we may have run out of time there. I think, Clara, you might need us to wind up. But thank you ever so much for all your questions. Thank you for your time. I hope you've all taken away something from this talk. And as I say, hopefully I'll be in contact with some of you via email. Many thanks for all your time and all your questions. Take care and have a really good next academic year.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our webinar on teacher activity groups, otherwise known as tags. And this is a pleasure, actually, for all of us who are here. Why? Because we are all involved in this project, and we want to present it to you. Maybe you will feel some inspiration to start your own tag after you find out what that means. And by we, I mean Teodora Naiba and me. As usual, I have to tell you that you shouldn't be intimidated by her name. She's heavenly to work with. And we actually work together in a lot of projects. We are both teacher educators. We often work with the British Council and we moderate online courses. But it wouldn't be fun to have just the two of us here. We have three exceptional ladies who actually are a vibrant part of this project. Lia Suchu, Alice Bogan, and Nicolina Gaina. You will hear us call Nicolina Nina, so please know that this is her. And together we will tell you why we love this project and why we think you could benefit from a tag too.
Thank you, Christiana. And this is what we hope we are going to do today. We are trying to define tags and look a bit into the benefits of having a tag. You will also find out more about the tags in Romania, but not only. You will meet these three lovely tag facilitators who will share their experience with tags. And we'll also talk a bit about face-to-face tags versus virtual tags. And in the end, we will share with you a suggested structure of a tag, something that works for our tags and something that you can borrow if you decide to start a new tag.
Great. So let's start with a very simple definition. What is a teacher activity group, a tag? Well, I usually like to say that it's a peer-led or teacher-driven support group, which teachers can join as part of their professional development. So it's something that is not done for us as teachers. It's something that we initiate and we create for our own benefit. That's why it's teacher-driven and peer-led. Otherwise, we can say, Theo,
yes, that it's simply a group of teachers that meet regularly, usually monthly. Why? To provide mutual support and share learning.
So basically, the ladies will tell you more about their groups. You will see that they are not all from the same town or city. They actually cover an area, and teachers come from all around that location so that they get to know each other, they work together, and consequently they become familiar with each other and with their teaching context, which may be quite specific, which also leads to some specific challenges.
So our project, the project that we are very fond of, not only the people here joining this session, but also teachers in each tag. It's English for the Community. It's a project in partnership with British Council and the Romanian American Foundation. It aimed at providing professional development for up to 200 teachers, but it's still growing. And it was supposed to end as well. The main goal was to create a new generation of professionals in rural areas through quality education. But I would say that not only in rural areas, but also in small parts of, in small towns. And Christiana will tell you more about this.
Exactly. So if you look at the 9 counties and the 9 towns that host the tag, you can notice that actually all these tags are near natural parks, which means that they have a huge potential for ecotourism. So we need people, learners who can continue and have a career in tourism when they leave school. So all the teachers involved work together to see how they can teach English in a very practical way, and something that can lead to fluent learners when they leave school. The 9 counties, the 9 centers actually have two facilitators. So we have 18 facilitators, and unfortunately we couldn't invite all, but we have 3 of them here, and they will tell you more about their tags in a few minutes.
Yes,
For instance, right now, Nina, you can tell us about where you are from.
Yes, we all this time we have the support of our English inspector, Laura Pitario, and she helped us a lot these 2 years in order to promote our project in Sibiu.
Okay. And this is actually an article that was published in the local
in
press.
different local newspapers, yes.
Okay, great. And Leah, I think we also had a nice thing going on in Sigishwara. I think
you mean the town crier?
Yes.
Who announces our presence whenever he is available.
Exactly, in several languages, right? So he goes around the town and drums, and then he cries that we have a meeting or something like this. So this is, I think, something unique in the world to have an activity, a teacher's activity, quite unique.
Okay, so here are some of the activities that teachers had during their tags, and what they are doing there is that they discuss teaching issues and mainly challenges, but also try to find together solutions to these challenges. Christiana mentioned that their tags are usually groups where teachers come from the same environment, the same, so they have the same challenges, the same opportunities. So it's easier for them, and this is an excellent opportunity to find solutions to their problems or their challenges, I would say. Together, they find a lot of strategies that work well in the classroom, answers to questions about teaching and learning the language. Also a great opportunity to practice language. Why not?
It's true. Okay, so another activity, which is probably more specific to the tag, is that they engage with different sources of new ideas through reading, watching videos, and using other online resources. And we have seen wonderful examples of good practice in all the meetings that we have attended and observed.
And just to mention that all these pictures. Another thing that teachers do in these tags, they share ideas and keep each other up to date on new developments about locally and international world of English language teaching. And another very interesting thing is that they also initiate new projects. And Nina, can you tell us something about your project?
Yes, so in our tag, we collaborate together, and we have this project, Eco English, which is for our students, all the students from Sibiu. And the idea is to promote ecotourism. And students have different tasks to promote their local areas in order to improve their English skills and show us different places which are worth to visit.
And
So
I think, it's such a nice idea, Nina, that maybe you can consider making it a national or activity, since many learners might enjoy to present to their area. So who knows, maybe this will grow.
Yes, we had discussion with the others facilitators from the others tag, and we are going to do this project maybe in all the country.
Excellent.
No,
that's
and
good news.
we have also some courses, optional courses, which were related to ecotourism too, in our tag.
Good.
That's great. Thank you, Nina. Okay, so what else do these teachers do during the tags is they make plans to use new activities and techniques they share.
and they put them into practice. They go and share and try them in their own classrooms. And they share and they try to and experiment again. So basically they reflect effectively and help each other to reflect on teaching and learning. And as Christiana and I are very fond of collaborative work, you can do a lot of peer reflection during these tags, and you feel that you belong to a community, and you feel that you find your place there, and together you can find a lot about not only about others and what others do, but also about yourself. Okay, so we have some questions for our dear facilitators here. Can you tell us which were the most effective activities in your tags?
I'm sure that there are some moments among the many wonderful memories and moments, but there must be some that stayed with you. So would you please share some of these moments with us?
Okay, I break the ice because I'm
Please,
sure everybody has something to say about this. In my experience, my name is Lia Zucu, and I am half of the facilitator team in the area of Sighișoara, together with my colleague Ilika. From my experience, I think the most effective part of the whole tag meetings that we had was the part that refers to sharing. Theo was mentioning just before that we find solutions, learn new teaching strategies, demonstrate activities, bring new things that appear in the area of foreign language teaching during our meetings, and then the participants go back to their classes and actually experiment with them. And when we meet next, they share what they've done. And I love that part the most. And I think that is probably the most effective in the whole project, because they share their successes, but they also share their failures, which makes it easier for the others to try them without the failures, probably.
I cannot forget when I observed your tag last autumn and I came to Sighișoara, you were having a tag meeting on a video project. And you and some other teachers presented some ideas. Everybody absolutely loved your attempt to work with video recordings of the students, to have students create materials. And I stayed on for a couple more days in the town. And the next day, walking around, I actually saw some learners, some students, making videos. And I immediately knew there must be a follow-up activity of the tag, because some of the teachers who were there were inspired by the sharing of the experiences of these teachers. And they also created some video projects. So it was lovely to see it in action, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the whole point of our meetings. Find new solutions to apply them and to share with the other teachers. So this is my favorite part.
And sometimes have a shoulder to cry on.
Exactly.
You know? Yeah, because
I absolutely agree.
Because by telling our problems, sometimes we find ourselves solutions, you know, because we simply have this need to share. And, you know, when you express, when you articulate, you share your problem, suddenly a solution comes up. So that's another, yeah. Thank you, Leah. Thank you so much. Alice?
Hello, my name is Alice, and together with Bianca, we were the facilitators for Târgu Neamț, and the teachers who came not only from the town, but also from the villages around the town. And this was great because we were quite many. I personally liked very much the warmers suggested by the British Council, and I was responsible for introducing them to my colleagues. And I was really pleased to see that many of them were really useful, and they tried them in during their English classes with their students. And as Lias was they shared with us their experience, and in fact, these warming up activities were quite useful and attractive for the students. And I really agree with Leah that sharing is, of course, one of the most effective activities in our tags.
That's great.
Thank you, Alice. And it's good that you can try things, yes, with your, you try them with the teachers in the tag, and then you go to...
Yes, and it was great because everybody was pleased to be part of this warming up activity. And here is a picture with some of my colleagues, and we were having a warming up activity, and as you can see, they were having quite a lot of fun. Yes.
And I do remember the first tags and the first meetings with teachers in Târgu, and they slowly and gradually opened up, and they were right, Alice, and they started sharing more and more, and they really wanted to talk. In the beginning, it was not. It's a process. It's something that you learn actually to share and to talk to your peers.
And you also need to feel comfortable with the people.
Exactly.
So you need to get to know them, to feel that you can trust them, to see that actually a tag is a support system. So you can open up and people will support you. They will not judge you, because we've all been there. We've all tried things, and sometimes they don't work. Sometimes they work very well. But it's good to talk to somebody who understands what you're saying. If you talk to somebody else who's an electrician or an engineer, they might not understand what you mean by, oh my God, I had a lovely activity with my sixth graders. They will not understand your enthusiasm.
Yes.
Nina?
Yes, the warm-up activities were very popular in our tag too. So we had a lot of fun with, practicing these warm-up activities, and I think that each of our participants tried or have applied at least one of the warm-up activities. Another thing that it was really important for us, it was the context, a safe context for us to discuss our challenges and to improve our speaking English skills, because we don't have all the time the context to speak English at a certain academic level, let's say. And of course, the share stage, it was my favorite, and I always was facilitating the share stage, where we all shared ideas or tips or strategies that work well in our classes. And it was a great chance to learn from each other.
Thank you so much, Nina. So
I had a feeling that I interrupted Leah earlier. I think she wanted to say something.
I just wanted to say that that was a very good point. So if anybody asks me, what's the greatest point of having the tags? Besides everything we have been discussing, and we are going to discuss it, which are all true, absolutely. For me, the best outcome, benefit, is that we managed to create a very tightly knit community of almost 90% of the English teachers in Sighișoara and the area who feel quite comfortable together. And when I say comfortable, we knew each other, of course, but we were not friends, or not all of us. But now it's a very tightly knit community who feels comfortable to share everything, all the challenges they have to cope with, without being afraid of being judged by others, by teachers that they consider more experienced, or by teachers that they consider better than them. And we all have our little insecurities.
Sure.
And very often we don't feel comfortable enough to share them with our peers. So, but now we are a community of close friends who feel absolutely comfortable to share any challenges, anything they cannot cope with, anything, all the failures they have in teaching. We all have failures in our teaching. Our classes are not always perfect. And I think maybe that's the greatest gain the text. That's what so the point you made, Christiana, was very important. So that's what I wanted to.
You have that feeling that you are not alone.
Exactly.
You are part in a community. We have the same struggles and challenges, and it's great.
And that can be particularly important when we talk about teachers working in rural areas. Maybe they are the only teacher in school teaching languages, foreign languages or English, and they can't really share with somebody else.
Yes.
Or not necessarily immediately. So it's good for them to feel that they belong to a community of like-minded people, of professionals and of friends.
Right.
Exactly.
In fact, if you allow me, I would
Please.
say that the project couldn't have had a better name than this one, English for the Community, because we all had this feeling of being part of a community, having all the support we needed, interesting materials, and topics which suited our needs, I would say.
Right.
As you said, Theo, it's a community of practice, and it was a very important aspect that we had the chance to practice all the strategy and techniques in our tag, and it was great because we could feel what a student feels when we apply these strategies in classroom. So
sometimes we forget to put ourselves in the shoes of a student. So it's good from time to time to do some micro teaching and experience what learners feel when we teach.
So I think you have already answered my question with why tags. So I would just put it into different words, although your reasons are actually closer to my heart and to what this community means. So it's actually a supporting network. This is what you have creating, supporting networks. And last but not least, I would say it's an opportunity for continuous professional development, which is also important. And it was great that you also underlined the fact that it was a safe environmental, non-judgmental environment. So this professional development is something that teachers want, is something that they want to happen. It's not something that is imposed. So they are building this together.
Because these are communities of volunteers, of people who want to be there. They are not pushed by anybody into doing something. They are just there because they like it. And I like the fact that while we were talking now, two terms appeared. So professionals and friends. And I think this is nice because when we talk about CPD, I always like to insist that this should stand for continuous professional and personal development. If professional development is not supported by some changes at a personal level, if you don't feel that you are also a better person, just like you are a better teacher, it won't last. So the fact that we become friends and that we support each other informally as well is a great benefit. It's not just done in a very rigorous way with only very strictly professional chats. We can also share personal issues and we can relate and we can talk to our friends.
I will come back to why I consider that tags are easy to set up. I will come back to this later. Okay, so you've already mentioned a lot of the benefits of tags. As I said, you've read my mind. And is there something else you would like to add? I think that all teachers became more confident in their teaching at least in our tag. So because they have the chance to interact, and it was like a club, but with a list of aims and with a framework and different
structure.
Yes, and the atmosphere was great. A lot of fun and comfortable for each participant. Now that you mentioned club, I'm sure it will attract more young teachers.
It's learning. It's learning in an informal environment, which is important too. Very important in my
like with games with our learners, learning without noticing. Actually, it's not like a training session, a formal training session. So it's more informal and people feel more comfortable.
Yes, and I would point out the fact that these meetings were quite interactive, and in comparison to other courses, we we have attended, everyone had the chance to have their contribution to the activities. So we had debates, we worked together, we shared ideas and opinions, and I think that another good point of this project was the fact that the participants, that the teachers who attended these meetings were not only those who were at the beginning of their career. We, in our talk, for example, we also had experienced teachers who were really fond of the project and who really wanted to come again and share from their experience and have a laugh with us, and also very interesting share interesting opinions and from what they know. So not only the young ones had a lot to learn from the others, but also the experienced had something to learn, because we never stop learning, you know.
Exactly.
So there is always someone who might have a better idea than yours. So from this point of view, you have the chance to steal or borrow, if you want to say so, some of their ideas and approach it and use it in your English classes as well.
And the young ones, yes.
Leah had something really unique in the country, as she and Christiana already told us. Nicolina had her article to promote the project. We also had men in our tag.
So, great. Male teachers.
So, yes, it was great because
we have one man.
One. We had more than one. so we are happy to have them and to give them the opportunity to share their point of view as well.
I really like the idea of we never stop learning. And one of the most vivid memories, not only from the tag, but generally, I don't know why I remember that moment so well, is that when we were starting, in one of the first sessions when I was there, we actually went out as a group in order to celebrate one of the teachers' gradulante, so the highest level, right, in teaching. And a teacher came to Leah and they said, Leah, you are so experienced. What are you doing there? She was not with us. It was a teacher who didn't come to the training. I said, you are so experienced and you know so much. Why are you there? And Leah said, well, there's always something to learn. Do you know what ICQs are? And then that teacher was like, no. I said, well, come and join us. You will find out.
And they did.
Yes.
And another thing that Alice mentioned the difference between training and tags. This is not training. This is teachers on the same level.
There's no hierarchy.
Yes,
no hierarchy whatsoever.
Yes, so just sharing and learning from each other.
Although it achieves all the purposes of a regular training session.
More than that. Yes, but probably in a more active way, I would say. And I think that because the facilitators are not leaders, they are not just hold the knowledge, so they are not the right answer. So they are just guiding. Just guiding the session and the discussion and all the activities, and just is the most important thing about tags. And another one, I think, is the chance to reflect on our teaching. So we had the chance to reflect on our teaching strategies and to see how can we improve some of them.
And sometimes it's good to have another opinion from the outside. No matter how creative we are, no matter how original thinking we have, we get stuck in a rut. So when we talk about what we do and we hear somebody suggesting something, that might be quite refreshing. And I think, Leah, in your tag, you have nice examples of learning from teachers of other subject matters, not just English.
Yes, which has been extremely interesting and beneficial. I never thought that we would attract any other teachers except for the English teachers. Actually, to tell you the truth, and Christiana knows that, I was pretty doubtful at the beginning that we would attract even the English teachers because, you know, for all the reasons we all know, right? Teachers don't really enjoy training sessions, and that's how they perceived it at first, before the first meeting. But we had the surprise of being joined by physics and chemistry teacher who speaks very good English, actually. Maybe not so good at the beginning, but now she's absolutely fluent, and who was able to share her activities in her classes based on what we were talking in our meetings, and that which somebody else might have considered that are applicable only to language teaching classes. And she proved that that's not the case. And she also was able to teach us a lot of new things, which she has been using in her chemistry and physics classes, and which were applicable in the English classes. So it has been a perfect cooperation. And she's probably one of the most active teachers.
Members. And you also have teachers of Romanian and French, right? You also have other teachers, I think.
French and German.
Exactly.
Yeah, we also had a teacher of Romanian and a French teacher who came regularly to our meetings, and they were really interested in coming again. To their classes as well.
Brilliant. This is great. This is a community of teachers. We didn't say community of English teachers, we said community of teachers. So
You're
actually, and Leah is right. Every time after each tag, she kept telling me, they've come. So she was really genuinely surprised. But actually, when people realize that there is something good for them, something that might improve their teaching, their lives, they actually want to come because they feel good.
Yes.
So yeah, quite a lot of examples of good practice there, right?
Exactly. So we already have. If you were to think about a tag, what would you tell them?
Or to start one, maybe there are teachers who are not in the areas where we have the tags, but they would like to start their own tags. Any tips from your experience? Because now you have a 3-year experience.
I think that it's very important to have a structure of the session. It's very important, a framework, and to work with that, with all the participants. I think that this helps a lot in this kind of training session. So this is a tip that
that's
I
great.
agree with Nina. These are informal meetings, very educational. I would probably call them trainings too, because that's what people do there. They get trained, but informal within a very structured framework. I think that's important. And the facilitator needs to be able to provide that framework, I think.
And with
what I would advise them, based on what we had been discussing before, is trust that teachers will come. If you offer them good value, they will come. Because I think most teachers would say, "No, it won't happen in my area," but it will.
Be confident, be confident, and trust your instincts, your abilities, and as Leah said, trust that that other teachers will join these meetings. And a good point would be to have another person to help you, another local facilitator, as we had the chance to have another person to help us, and it was great. And as Teodora and Cristiana were telling you about at the beginning, and they were mentioning the collaborative work, so this works well, very well. So it would be a good idea to have another person there to support you whenever you need some support.
I can totally understand you, Alice, because I have Cristiana always to support me and to help me. So I can totally understand you.
It's mutual. We always push each other further. Okay, Teo, will you briefly tell us about this movement that took place in our tags?
So maybe, at some point we had to move online. And I think we are still there for the time being. Are there any changes that you have noticed in your tag when it moved online?
Oh yes, it was a very interesting time, actually. Moving online was probably the process of transitioning to meeting, learning, teaching online was probably the most difficult part. I think everybody noticed that at first there was a general reluctance towards the idea of online meeting, learning, teaching. And I think it was mostly because most teachers had never done it before and were pretty wary about their ability to cope with the technology. So the first two considerations were adjusting to the environment as a whole and taking the time to learn the various tools. And I think that took the first part of the online process. But as the technical skills improved, it soon became apparent that both traditional and online environments offer unique benefits and opportunities and are many times similar. A second stage, I think, in the online adjustment was realizing the huge number of tools available in online environment. All the teachers are comfortable using a blackboard or a whiteboard or, presenting slides over a projector. But they soon realized that the online setting offers multitude of digital tools which are available both to teachers and students. And I could mention chat boxes, notes, file sharing, link sharing. Once they realized how handy these come in, they really started enjoying it. I think they also enjoyed the fact that while on a traditional environment, we don't have the possibility of carrying on sidebar conversations while somebody else is speaking in the group. They like that. They like the fact that the participants can pose questions, share resources, respond to others' comments in a non-verbal way. Overall, I think it was an extremely beneficial process of adjusting to our new normal. Our new normal, which goes way beyond the changes in our professional development and teaching strategy imposed by the pandemic. It actually, I think, meets the needs of online learning becoming more and more prevalent across the educational spectrum. I think we needed this. We needed to get accustomed and become comfortable with it.
In a way, it's a similar process to what you were telling us about the face-to-face, that first people were a bit reluctant, then they realized that now they can actually talk to somebody and try things with them and then go to the class. It's the same thing. You try the online tools with the other colleagues, and then you felt more comfortable in the virtual classroom, which must be comforting, when so many people struggle. It's good to have some friends to try things out with.
Yes, yeah.
So basically, if you join a tag, you'll get a cake. That's my conclusion. So it's a sweet transition. It's a sweet community, I would say.
We celebrated our first year of tag. We were so proud.
The only problem with the online tags is that you cannot really share the cake. That's the only problem I can see with virtual tags.
Yep.
Yes, and while Theo presented these things on the slide, I just wanted to add something. The fact that we are very, very proud of our tags in Romania for two reasons. One is that we can see the effects and the impact they have on the teachers and the teaching. And the second one is that they did such a brilliant job that they inspire teachers in other countries. And now Theo and I, for instance, work together with other people from the British Council with more than 8,000 teachers in wider Europe, different countries, 7 different countries, and they have their virtual tags. So although they can't have cake, at least they can work together. And it all started from the success of our tags in Romania. So well done, everybody who was involved in the tags.
So it's true that you can eat cake and have more opportunities to socialize and bond with others while you are in face-to-face tag. And of course, one other thing is that you can have good practice for your face-to-face classes.
But to be honest, if you speak about the online, it's also good online tag. It's also good practice to for online classes. So they are both beneficial in this respect. I agree. The online tags helped us a lot to adapt to online teaching too. So it was a great chance for us to practice all the things there.
And exactly, and you save some time and money in the end, yes, because you don't have to travel. Exactly.
Absolutely.
Leah has already mentioned all these better accessibility to online resources, so the wide range over there. And you can also network with other tags online. It's easier because you don't have to travel. Of course, you don't travel, so you don't see the beauties around these wonderful tags, but it's a good thing that it's at hand, and you can also experiment, as you said, with tools and activities for online classes.
Excellent. So if you think about setting up a tag, it's quite simple, and I think by now the process has become quite obvious from what the lady shared with us. You need a group of enthusiastic teachers, people who you feel you could work with. It would be nice to have at least 2 facilitators who can support each other and the community. But first of all, you need to identify 2 people who are willing to start, maybe you yourselves. Then you need some sort of a program together. At first, you can set up a schedule, you can suggest some topics, but as I said, it's teacher driven. So in time, the teachers can suggest the topics they want to discuss in the tags. You need some sort of communication system. First of all, now online, we got used to the online world, and it's quite easy to set up a WhatsApp group or to have a closed group on any social media. So just find a way in which you can communicate and you can announce your meetings. And from the pictures throughout the presentation today, you could see that our facilitators are extremely creative, and they make wonderful posters. When they have many of them have the support of the inspectorate. The county inspector actually posts the poster on the inspectorate page, so it's nice to spread the word. And of course, you need a venue. But these days, you just need a computer or a good phone and some internet connection that can be stable enough.
And if the work of facilitator sounds like a lot, and you can think about that in time. You can the teachers should take the lead, and they should present, and they should share, they should be the facilitators.
We had in our tag, yes, participants who were facilitating some stages from session.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay, and again, from what we said, we won't insist very much. You understood from what the lady said that there are stages, there is a structure, there's a framework within which they can actually play freely, but they do try to follow some stages also because it's good to create a certain routine, a certain, that feeling of comfort also comes from a sense of familiarity, but of course, each time we change something in the stages, but they do start with a meeting. Normally starts with the aims. Everybody understands why they are there and what they want to achieve. They mentioned the great warmers they have shared and how much fun they had trying them. Then in the share stage, they just share what they have done since the last meeting, what they have tried and implemented. Then there's the debate, the think and discuss, when they actually discuss and introduce the new topic that is the topic for today's session. And then Theo?
And then, of course, there can be a part where you can read some more about it, or you can watch a video about it, so you can go a bit deeper into that issue that you want to focus on. And of course, you think about how you would implement everything that you've learned into the classroom, how you would experiment with it, and you design an activity or something that would be you would try. And then next time, so that next time when you come back, you can share and you can start this cycle of, it sounds like the reflection cycle. And you can try again and improve and try again and improve and so on. And of course, if there is time, you can also go deeper, as I said, and find out more from an online course, from a MOOC, from a site, and from all the resources that usually teachers share.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so to conclude, what is a tag? I think Nina mentioned at the beginning, it's a community of practice. 3 words, very important words, that it's a community. This is what you all focused on, why you have this feeling of belonging to a community, which is really important because relationships are built there through discussions and activities and learning and sharing. It covers an area, some key interests that teachers might find useful. And it's a lot of practice there because, as you all said, it helps the teachers to get some confidence and to practice things and before they go to the classrooms. And, stories are being told and developed.
History is being made.
Exactly.
Great. So thank you very much. We look forward to answering your questions if there's anything in particular you would like to find out. But we also want to thank all the teachers who participate in the tags, all the facilitators who are absolutely wonderful, all the people in the British Council and the Romanian American Foundation who supported us and encouraged us. And I think they were also surprised by the success of this project. So let's make it even bigger and more successful from now on. Thank you very much.
Text will go on.
Text will go on. That's a good motto.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello. Thank you for being here and thank you for watching the presentation. And now Theo and I are looking forward to your questions. I think you could tell from everybody's participation how enthusiastic we are about this project. It's been 3 years and it still continues to surprise us with people's enthusiasm and eagerness to participate. Oh, absolutely. Theodora, you are more involved in the Teachers Association, and look at what Annabella suggests in the chat.
That's great. I was talking to the facility.
We can barely hear you, Theo. Maybe try to...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely that would be a great idea to combine these activities with teachers associations if you have them in the area. In the 9 towns where we have the tags, we don't have actually branches of the association, but it would be great where possible to do that. And as I told you, it is a network, definitely, and it's nice to find people who specialize maybe in the same area that you specialize in. For instance, if you teach in a bilingual school, you could cooperate with people from other towns or cities doing the same. Or if you work with special educational needs learners, then again, you can find teachers that are not necessarily close to you and you could share things with. Exactly. That's nice to already have this kind of contact. Okay, great. It's good to see that so many tag members are here, and I think, and I saw on YouTube as well that they were there, and everybody keeps confirming that these meetings, these tags, are a source of inspiration. So, is there any question that particularly grabbed your eye and your attention?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, sorry, I had some technical problems. I couldn't hear your answers.
No, I
But
was just thinking about our experience with tags and how good it would be to actually extend the idea and connect people from different towns now that we have got used to the online environment.
exactly. And I also there was a question at some point about training a trainer, a tag for trainer. So that's also a nice idea. And I remember you mentioned something about rate and CETA and all the other association. That's great, but that's more difficult to set. And I think the main advantage of these tags is the fact that they are local and they are
Mhm.
small tags and they are easy to set up. And of
Yeah.
course, in time, while if they develop, you can add them as branches to the big associations. That would be great.
There was a question earlier if we are aware of any dependent tags, and we have replied in the chat, but maybe it's worth mentioning that as far as we know, these are the only 9 tags that work in Romania. We mentioned in our session that we do work with tags, but in other countries in wider Europe. But in Romania, we are not aware of any other tags. So that's why we thought it's worth sharing this experience and its success, so that maybe more people would be willing to start their own tags. And towards the end of our presentation, you saw that we recommended some steps and stages to follow in order to set up your own tag. Absolutely. I think in these times, Annabella, it is more important than ever to stay in touch with each other, and tags offer that kind of connection without having the pressure of um, the traditional or the formal CPD. So you can develop, you can get support, formal and informal support from other people, and still feel that you are on your own, but with the others. You do not depend on other structures. You do not depend on organization. Of course, it's great if you can get the support of your school or if you can attract more teachers. But yes, I think more than ever we have to be in touch and to take care of each other, because these are difficult times, and many professionals in education share a feeling of loss, of feeling completely, how to say, disconnected, even though they are connected online. So now we can rely on each other and share all these feelings and find solutions. It's all about being proactive.
That's small. I'm not. It is very important to find a person to work with. Well, more, but it's very important to not from the fact of point of view that you are sharing the workload, but also with we, as we call it, Christiana and I, it's the power of two. So two minds are better than one, and find someone you can work with, someone you can relate to, and it will be also fun.
Definitely. Delia, I see she now has a very clear idea. She started defining the idea of an independent tag. That sounds great, Delia. So good luck and keep us posted. Now I know that we are connected in different ways. So keep us posted and let us know if we can help in any way with some ideas, sharing some experiences from our tags. We are here. And there's no better conclusion for this presentation than what Juliana has just shared in the chat. Juliana is a facilitator in our tag in Hatzeg, and she says that being a tag facilitator has been the most rewarding professional development activity for her. It's kind of magic. This is what surprised me, Juliana. We've been known each other for 3 years. We don't meet every single month because we work in different corners of the country. But when we do, we always find the same kind of, as you said, magic working, and we are very enthusiastic. Leah mentioned in the presentation that she is always surprised, and after each tag, she keeps saying, "They've come," but of course they've come because they feel they gain something that is beyond the certificate, that is beyond points for a CPD, it's something that you can truly benefit from, because it's teacher driven. You decide what you do in the tag, you decide what you need, and as Theo was saying, you can actually pick people's brains and come up with different perspectives on what you're doing, which is great. Yes, and Alice, thank you very much for confirming. Alice is also a tag facilitator. And it's so lovely. We are very sorry that we couldn't invite all the 18 facilitators. There are 18 facilitators. They work very well together. They are wonderful teams. Beyond the professional development, beyond the wonderful things they managed to do, I think it's great that they managed to build communities. They just became true tag members. They showed that everybody's equal, everybody can participate in the same way. Anything else, Theo, that you saw in the chat and maybe you would like to develop?
Well, not I couldn't see any other questions, but I just want to add that it's very important. Something that you said earlier, it's very important that people want to come. They want to go to the tags, and it's something that it's, you know, they're willing to, and they are looking forward to that meeting, and they can share so much more, and they can also develop not only professionally but also personally at the same time. And so there are only a lot to gain.
Exactly.
I would say, from all these experience, and also for us as trainers. And we also visited some of the tags over these 3 years, and with every tag things got just better and better, and you could feel that you were going back to your family, to your relatives. For me, it was going back to my relatives in the north of the country, and it was great. And I had that feeling of going home, or yes.
I think the smile on people's faces when we talk about this, you could see us smiling all the time when we talk about this, is the best testimony of what happens in a tag. So I really hope that you got inspired. Maybe a small community of teachers that you would like to work with would be great. You don't need something on a big scale. And I just wanted to mention that we showed at the beginning the areas where our tags work. If you want, you can find us on social media, and you can ask us for more details. Of course, we will be in the hub, in the closed Facebook group, and we can also give you more details if you want to join any of the existing tags. So that is also an option, of course.
The more, the merrier.
Absolutely. And of course, somebody was commenting about the fact that it is sad to rely on technology. I know what you mean, but on the other hand, we have to look for the ways to make things work in the classroom, in the virtual classroom, in our face-to-face tags, in our virtual tags. We told you earlier that our tags moved online because of what is happening right now in the whole world. Theo and I also help with the setting up of tags in wider Europe. We have more than 8,000 teachers there. Some of them had tags face to face, and now they can't meet. So the online is a good solution. The only thing is to do a bit of training, and the fact that you are here shows that you are interested in this. So I think all the premises are here, and they are good for you to feel comfortable online. So I don't think that it can be a problem if they happen online. It is definitely better face to face, just because people can share cake and coffee and tea. They celebrate things together. But on the other hand, moving the tags online was a great help for the teachers, for the members of the tags, because before doing things with their learners, they could practice with their peers. It's like micro teaching, but online. So by the time you face the learners, you feel comfortable, and that feeling of comfort is the best way to have a good online class. You just have to know to have the feeling that you know what you're doing. And the tags are a good rehearsal.
Exactly, and just look at the bright side. Okay, so try to see the good side of things of this online. So I think it makes things easier in these times, and it's just a helping hand. I would say, otherwise we wouldn't meet at all. So I think we should be grateful somehow that we have it.
Exactly. Any other questions? If you are curious about any other aspects, please feel free to ask in the chat. As you can see, quite a few of our tag facilitators are online and they can answer directly. We can also help you with any tips. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. And we look forward to the follow-up questions in the Facebook group. And we'll see you around, and hopefully you will give us great news about your own tags.
Yeah, we hope to hear from your tags.
Exactly. And thank you very much to Fisher International. Great to be here.
Thank you.
And to spread the word about...
Have a great school year.
Yes.
An easy one.
Yes, good luck. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Well, it's great to be back at the Fisher Conference again, even if it is a bit different from previous years. And as 2020 has been such a strange and different year for all of us, I've got something rather strange and different for you as my contribution this year. As well as being a conference speaker, I've also spent many years as a radio and audio producer. And over the past few months, I've been working on a series of ghost stories called The Hauntings of Elgin Barrett, which I've been recording with some of my favourite actors and actresses. And don't tell anyone, but Elgin Barrett is, of course, me. I'm going to launch the stories as a series of podcasts later this year. There will be 10 of them, released once a week between the middle of October and Christmas. But Daniela has been kind enough to allow me to give you a sneak preview of what is to come. I should say that if you're interested in these, then please visit the Facebook page for The Hauntings of Elgin Barrett. If you want to take a look at the text of my talk, you can find that there, and there will be plenty of news over the coming weeks as we prepare for the launch of the series. And of course, if you'd like to leave a reaction to today's story, I'd love to hear what you have to say. You can also follow Elgin Barrett on Twitter. Now, the story you're going to hear is called Last Orders at the China Ship. It's set in the East End of London, and before you listen, I'd like to say a few words about the culture and the history of the area. Now, imagine you're standing on London's Tower Bridge, looking east down the River Thames in the direction of the sea. To your left are the areas of Wapping, Whitechapel, Limehouse and the Isle of Dogs. Collectively, they are known as the East End, or sometimes Docklands, because this was the part of town where the old London docks used to be. Huge artificial lakes linked to the River Thames by canals and surrounded by giant warehouses. These days it's difficult to believe, but for more than 150 years, London was the biggest and busiest port in the world. My father told me that when he was a boy in the 1930s, there were so many ships in the Thames that it was usually possible to cross from one side of the river to the other simply by stepping from the deck of one boat to the deck of the next. Ships came here from all over the world, bringing all manner of things to the warehouses of the East End. Wines and spirits, fabrics, exotic spices, wool, meat, fish, ivory, tobacco. The streets were always full of sailors, and of course dockers, the men who unloaded the ships. Thousands and thousands of people were employed to work in the East End's docks, usually on very low wages with little or no job security. As a result, this was always the poorest part of London, with terrible housing, poor sanitation and overcrowding. And EastEnders were tough, independent men and women who saw themselves as very different to people in other parts of the capital. They called themselves Cockneys and spoke with a strong and distinctive Cockney accent, with F's and V's replacing the and the, and lots of glottal stops and dropped H's. For outsiders, the East End could be a frightening place. The close proximity of fabulous wealth stored in the area's warehouses and the poverty of the surrounding streets was a recipe for criminality. By the late 18th century, there was so much theft from the docks that the first organised police force in the world was founded in an effort to protect them. The docks themselves came to resemble fortresses with high walls and forbidding gates. But crime, of course, persisted. Throughout the 19th century, the East End was the home of London's most violent and notorious criminal gangs, its most feared robbers, its most notorious serial killers. In the late 1880s, these were the streets in which Jack the Ripper perpetrated his series of depraved murders. And one more thing I should mention, which is important to the story you're going to hear, and that's the pubs. Pubs were at the heart of East End life. At one time, there were 100 pubs in a 1-mile stretch of road through the heart of the area. The pubs were often rough, dirty places, selling beer and spirits such as gin and rum, as well as cheap, simple food from the river or the sea. Eel pie was a favourite Cockney dish. So were shellfish such as cockles, mussels, whelks and oysters. It was the Second World War that brought about the end of the docks, and a huge change to the life of the East End. The importance of the Port of London made it a top target for the German Luftwaffe. During the attacks known as the Blitz in the autumn of 1940, bombs rained down on the East End for 50 consecutive nights. The giant warehouses and the little terraced houses that nestled between them were smashed to smithereens or erupted into blazing infernos. The Port of London never recovered. Many of the now homeless families were moved to new towns outside London, such as Harlow, Basildon and Stevenage. One by one, the docks that survived shut their gates, the last one closing in 1981. I remember walking around the area as a teenager in the late 1970s and being shocked by the derelict buildings, the wasteland, and the old bomb sites that had been left untouched for over 30 years. But of course, some of the old East End families remained, and although there weren't many proper jobs, crime still flourished. In the 1960s, the East End was famous as the home of a pair of violent gangsters called the Cray Twins, whose story has been told several times in movies, which you may have seen, such as Legend by Tom Hardy. Now, as more and more people left the area, most of the old East End pubs disappeared, but some of them still clung on, sometimes with names still associated with the heritage of the docks: the Jolly Sailor, the Mariners, the Anchor, the Dolphin, even the China Ship. Then, in the late 1980s, or in the 1980s actually, the area changed again. Mrs. Thatcher's government decided that a very large abandoned area so close to the centre of London presented a prime opportunity for redevelopment. A new business district of giant office blocks was created on the Isle of Dogs, now known as Canary Wharf. A new train line, the Docklands Light Railway, was built to connect the area to the tube system. Many of the old docks were filled in, and luxury apartment blocks were built on top of them. And as wealthy bankers and middle-class office workers started moving in, many of the surviving old buildings, the warehouses, even the pubs, were converted into expensive flats and houses. The story you're about to hear is set in one of those converted pubs. It's told from the point of view of a teenage girl from an old East End family who still lives in the area but knows almost nothing of its history. She's played by an English actress called Katie Cotterill, who speaks with a gentle Cockney accent. I don't think you'll have any problems understanding her, and I don't think the vocabulary presents any real problems either, although I have made a list of a few words and phrases that you might find puzzling. I'll quickly talk you through them, and then it's time for the story. Okay, so our first word is dodgy, which is quite a common word, actually. It means untrustworthy, unreliable, possibly criminal. Next, I'll mention a place called Brick Lane, which is a street in the East End famous for Indian shops and restaurants. You'll hear the word nan, which is quite a common word for grandmother. And this particular nan is in a home. In other words, she's in an institution for elderly and retired people. You'll hear the word boozer, which is a common East End word for a pub. And also the word saloon. In an old-fashioned pub, that would be the more comfortable bar. You'll hear the word the gents, which of course is the men's toilet. The missus, which is a word for a wife. You'll also hear sawn-off shotgun, which is a weapon commonly used by robbers and gangsters. And the final phrase, just to be taken into care, which is used for when a child is taken away from his or her family and looked after by the local authority. Well, I think it's time for the story, so I hope you enjoy it, and don't have nightmares, will you?
The Hauntings of Elgin Barrett.
Last orders at the China Ship. We're a dodgy family. Always have been. My mum was born in a pub and she's rarely been out of one since. That's what people like to say. They don't mean to be unkind. They think they're being funny. And there's more than a bit of truth to it. She's never been able to hold down a proper job. She's drifted in and out of cleaning, working on the checkouts, that kind of thing. She's a dreamer, really. Spends a lot of time off in her own little world, but she does her best. And it helps that there's just the two of us. We've lived in the same tiny flat since I was born, and despite everything, I'd say we get on better than most mothers and daughters. She's proud of me, I know that. I haven't done great at school, but I've kept out of trouble. And though I'm not academic, my teachers tell me I have a talent for the performing arts. Mrs. McGowan, the English teacher, she even said that I should think about drama school. Mum was thrilled. And then Ishita started. She was shy at first, and she was certainly different. Different because she was obviously rich. Her mum dropped her off every morning, one of them enormous Porsche people carriers. I don't know why she couldn't walk like the rest of us. It wasn't more than 10 minutes from her house. And they shouldn't have done it really, because it just made the other kids resentful. They picked on her, they shunned her and said things behind her back. But I liked her well enough. And she loved it that I was the drama queen. She wanted to know everything about school plays and auditions and all that. She hung on my every word. After a couple of weeks, she even invited me round for tea. I'd never been anywhere for tea before. It was amazing. They had a lovely house, done up beautiful, separate bedrooms for each of the kids, and they were all so nice to me. There were plates of them funny little Indian cakes you see up Brick Lane, and they asked me questions as if they were really interested. All of them did. The mum, Ishita's brothers, and even the dad when he got in from work. I went back home full of it. I told Mum every detail I could remember. She was on the gin, and by the looks of it, she'd probably been drinking for most of the afternoon. But I could tell that something had caught her attention because she seemed to be listening more carefully than usual. "This house of theirs," she said. "Tell me again, what did it look like, from the outside?" I did my best to explain. It wasn't a regular house. It was sort of triangular shaped in a space where two roads came together. And it didn't have a garden or anything. The windows looked straight out onto the pavement. "Do you think it might have been a pub once?" she asked. I wasn't sure. I suppose there was something pub-like about it, but it was hard to say. "All right," she said. "Well, tell me the name of them streets again." One was Nightingale Lane, the other was Red something Street? Redmond Street? Maybe. "Do you know what?" she said, and there was suddenly a light in her eye. "I think that was your grandpa's old pub." I was taken aback. I knew my grandparents used to have a pub and I knew it was somewhere in the East End, but I had no idea it was so close to us. It was strange Mum had never pointed it out to me. In fact, she'd never really told me anything about Grandpa at all. "Do you think that next time you go," she said, "do you think you could get an invite for me too?" Obviously, that was a non-starter, but there was no need to tell her that. I was happy she was interested. "Course I can, Mum." As it turned out, there was no chance. My friendship with Ishita ended at 11:15 next morning. That was when the cast list for the school play went up. It was Macbeth. I don't know if you know it, but there's only one decent part for girls, and guess what? There it was, on the cast list. Lady Macbeth, Ishita Gupta. Oh, I could see now why she'd been so interested in everything I had to say. She'd picked my brains clean, hadn't she? And turned it all to her advantage. Crafty little minx. To make things worse, I didn't get Lady Macduff. I didn't even get a look in as a witch. I was Lennox, which is obviously a bloke's part. Mrs. McGowan said I should be pleased because it's all about gender-neutral casting these days. Like hell. It was a crap part, and by the time she cut the script, it was hardly worth turning up for. When I got back from school, there was a note from Mum to say she'd gone to visit my Nan. It wasn't something she did a lot, even though Nan only lived a mile or so across the river. Nan had been in a home for the last few years, which she hated, and it always made Mum depressed to see her. Normally, she'd have to stop for a double vodka in every pub she passed on the way back. But not this time. This time, she came back with a sense of purpose like I'd never seen in her before. "Did you ask your friend about that invite?" she said, almost before she was through the door. "Ah," I said. I hadn't wanted to mention the Lady Macbeth business. I thought Mum might take it badly. But she didn't wait for my answer. She was off. "Only it would be great if we could get a look inside. You see, I don't know if I've ever told you this, but we left something there." "I'm sorry, Mum, what are you talking about?" "We left something, well, it wasn't really us. It was your grandpa. He left something behind in the pub." I was beginning to think that perhaps she had been drinking because she weren't making any sense. "Mum, slow down. Grandpa left something behind in his old pub. What's that got to do with anything? It must be more than 20 years ago. It's not going to be there anymore, is it?" "Well, it wasn't exactly like he left it. It's more like he hid it. It was something for a rainy day. That's what he called it. You know, something valuable." "Like what?" "I don't know exactly. I've asked your nan this afternoon, but she said he never told her. But my guess is it would be something like gold or diamonds or precious stones or whatever." "What?" "Well, he was involved in things, your grandpa was, if you know what I mean." "You mean dodgy things?" Mum looked embarrassed for a moment. "Yes, but I wasn't surprised. Like I told you, I always knew we were dodgy." "Anyway," she went on, "she didn't know what it was, but she could definitely remember where it was, exactly where it was. Taped to a joist in the attic, directly above the front door of the pub." "What? She still remembers after all these years?" "Oh, yes. If your grandpa told you something was important, you remembered it. He was quite a scary man." I didn't know what to make of all this, but I loved the way Mum was suddenly so alive, so excited. "So," she said, "here's the plan. You arrange the invitation. We go round there. I tell 'em it's where I grew up. They'll love that. And we ask 'em for a tour. We'll think of a reason to go up to the attic, and then you distract 'em and I'll grab it." "Are you sure it'll still be there?" "Well, the roof's still there, isn't it?" "Yes." "Then there's a good chance. It's worth a go, don't you think? I mean, what about if they just come across it one day? It belongs to us. Why should they have it?" Mum was right. Why should they? But there was still something I didn't understand. If this was so important, so valuable, why didn't you take it with you when you left? "Well, things were a bit difficult round that time, you know, a bit awkward." "I see." I wasn't sure I did see, really, but I had the feeling that Mum didn't want to be pressed on it. I realised, though, we had to do something. Whatever was up in that attic, I didn't want Ishita to get her hands on it. And though there was no way I would be asking for another invitation, I already had a different plan taking shape in my mind, and it was a better one and all. "Leave it with me, Mum." It turned out to be amazingly easy. The school play was for one night only, and it was guaranteed that Ishita's whole family would be there to watch their little darling. And of course, as soon as she went on stage, her personal possessions would be left unattended in the dressing room. It was a moment's work to slip in and take the house keys from her bag. I met Mum outside the old pub about 10 minutes later. She'd had a few gins, I could smell it on her breath, but just enough to steady her nerves, not too many. "So before we go any further," I said, "can I check something? Are you absolutely sure this was Grandpa's pub?" "Oh, yes. Look at that." And she pointed to the marks left by some old lettering that had run along the wall above the window. It was very faint, but you could just make out the words, "The China Ship." Was that its name? Yeah. We had a lovely picture of it. Used to hang above the door. I looked up and I could see the empty frame was still there. "Yeah," said Mum. And just above the lintel there was another sign, a smaller one. George and Maureen Cooper, licensed for the sale of wine, beer and spirits. That used to make me so proud when I was a little girl. I didn't want to be too bossy with Mum, but at the same time I didn't want to hang about. In Mrs. McGowan's new version of the play, Lennox didn't make an appearance until after the interval, which gave us enough time, but not that much. I needed to be back in half an hour at the latest. The Guptas had bricked up the original front door of the pub, so I shooed Mum round the side where they'd put in a new entrance. I clicked the key in the lock, and immediately the burglar alarm started to beep. Mum looked at me wide-eyed for a moment. It's all right. I'd thought about this already. When I'd arrived with Ashita the other day, I'd been dead impressed that they had an alarm, and she'd showed me the control panel behind the door. Aren't you afraid you'll forget the number? I asked. No, it's easy, she told me. It's my birthday. Silly cow. I checked it on Facebook before I came out. She was the 5th of the 9th and born in the same year as me. Done. The beeping stopped. We were in. Mum gave me a little smile. She was well impressed. Then she looked about her with a puzzled expression. We were standing in a little lobby area with loads of coats hanging from hooks and a shoe rack full of trainers. Well, this wasn't here, said Mum. Then we opened the door into the main living area. Mum looked around and shook her head in disbelief. My God, they've gutted the place. The downstairs was basically one big open-plan room. Beige carpets, white walls, minimal, like in a magazine. The front part was a sitting area with 3 red leather sofas around a glass coffee table and a 75-inch plasma telly suspended from the wall. The back part was an island kitchen, all marble-topped and state-of-the-art. Double fridge freezer, double oven, not so much as a teaspoon out of place. It's just unbelievable, said Mum as she walked around in a kind of trance. Unbelievable. Mum, I said, I think we should get on with it. Just give me a moment, love. She stopped and looked slowly around the room. OK, so this front part here was the main part of the pub. The back part, that was the saloon. The bar itself would have been just here in the middle. She made an oval-shaped gesture with her arm, and then she shook her head. Oh, my God. It's all coming back to me. I remember when I used to come down here early in the morning. If they'd had a lock-in, Mum and Dad would be too pissed to clear up before they went to bed. Them were the days I liked best. Yeah, when I was little, this would be my Disneyland. Can you imagine it? I'd wander round the tables in me nightie, towers of pint glasses everywhere, some stacked so high they were starting to lean over at the top, ashtrays overflowing on every table. I used to pick up the butts and suck on them, pretending I was cool. Mum, I said, you won't forget why we're here, will you? But she wasn't paying any attention. And the things people used to leave behind. Coats, caps, umbrellas, of course. You'd be surprised how many people would go home and leave their wallet on the bar. Oh, I remember once I came down, I found a pair of knickers in that corner over there. Another time there was a puppy fast asleep in a box. Mum, I'm sorry, we need to get up to the attic. I know, love, I know, but just give me one more moment. I've got to tell you this. It's just come back to me. She was standing behind one of the big leather sofas by the window. I remember this one day when I was really little, 5 or 6 perhaps. Yeah, I think it's probably my earliest memory. I came down and there was something sticky on the floor right here. I stood in it and it held onto my slipper as I tried to lift my foot up. It was the same with the other one. It was sort of fascinating. First one foot, then the other. First one, then the other. I was doing this gooey kind of dance when my mum came down and screamed at me. She picked me up, ripped the slippers off my feet and threw them straight in the bin. I had no idea what I'd done wrong. It wasn't until years later that I realised I'd been dancing in a puddle of blood. Mum looked at me and kind of shrugged. Yeah, it was a rough old boozer. I didn't want to take on board what Mum was saying right now. And I didn't want to start giving her orders, but I was starting to get anxious. Please, Mum, please. Mum snapped out of it, went to the back of the kitchen and opened a door. The stairs are still in the same place, she said. The first floor was pretty much as Mum remembered it as well, in terms of layout anyway, but I wouldn't let her dawdle in any of the rooms. Come on, the clock is ticking. Let's get up to the attic and find what we're looking for and get out of here. I grabbed her hand. Please, Mum. The loft trap was just where she thought it would be, but there was no ladder. We went from bedroom to bedroom, but there wasn't one to be found. I was now getting seriously worried and screwed up my eyes and tried to think. Does it have a cellar? I asked her. Well, of course it does. It's a pub, isn't it? OK, it's only a guess, but that might be where they keep their tools, ladders, that kind of thing. What do you reckon? Good thinking, said Mum, and we ran back down the stairs. There were 2 rooms in the cellar, divided by a narrow corridor. The first one was a kind of den with a fancy home entertainment system. Now, I think this was where we kept the beer barrels, she said. No, Mum, not now. We need to find the ladder. All right, she said. Let's look in the gents. We stepped back out into the narrow corridor and pushed on the other door. It opened with a creak. This looked more promising. It was clearly some kind of storeroom, but Mum put her arm out and held me back at the entrance. Oh, my God, she said. I can't believe I'm here again. I don't think I came in here more than 10 times in all them 12 years, but no one could forget it. It was probably the most disgusting room in the whole world. The urinals were always blocked, the bogs didn't flush properly, the floor was always awash with God knows what. I think at some point it just became too foul to clean, and so no one did. I could tell from her tone that this was important to her, but we needed to get on. I pushed past her into the room, and there in the corner, behind a stack of storage boxes, was a ladder. Look, Mum, I said, result! But she wasn't listening. As soon as she stepped into the room, she was lost in her memories. The toilet stalls were just there. She pointed at a row of 3 built-in cupboards in front of her. And there was a little basin in the corner with a broken mirror above it. And the whole place was covered in graffiti. Oh, my God, the things a little girl could learn reading some of that stuff. Mum, can you help me, please? I was on my knees trying to pull the boxes away from the wall to get at the ladder. Suddenly I stiffened. There was a noise directly above my head. We both listened for a few seconds. It's all right, said Mum. It's someone in the street outside. She pointed upwards and I could see there was a rectangle of glass bricks in the ceiling. This end of the room is underneath the pavement. I breathed a sigh of relief. But Mum, please, I really do need your help with this. We got either side of the boxes and eased them a few inches across the concrete floor. It was just enough to get at the ladder. Right, you take that end, I said to her, and then we both froze at exactly the same time. There was another noise, and this time it was definitely inside the house. Oh my God, Mum, something's happened. They're back early. There were faint muffled voices from the floor above. What do we do? There was a sudden rush of noise as the door at the top of the stairs opened. I was panicking now. Mum, what do we do? The footsteps started to descend. Mum! Get in the cupboard. She yanked open the first door. It was shelved from floor to ceiling and full of tools. The footsteps were halfway down the stairs. The second cupboard was the same. Oh my God, they were just outside. Mum opened the third cupboard and we saw it was full height with a Dyson and a couple of mops and brooms. We leapt in and slammed the door. A second later, the door to the storeroom opened with a creak. All right, we know you're in here, said a man's voice. Was that Mr. Gupta? He'd only said a few things to me the other day, but it didn't sound like him. Come on, don't mess us around. This was a different voice, with an old-style London accent, gruff and coarse. That wasn't Mr. Gupta either, and it certainly wasn't one of Ashita's brothers.
Are you being shy, George?
Said the first voice. George? I mouthed at my mum. We were crammed in there so tight that my eyes were only a few inches from hers. I could hardly focus, but I could tell that the blood had completely drained from her face. She looked absolutely petrified.
I know that voice,
she whispered.
I hope George is not going to make our lives difficult. What do you think, Norman? I don't think he'd be that stupid, Danny. We got Spike with us today, George,
said the first voice.
You remember Spike? Say hello to George, Spike.
Hello, George, said a younger voice, with a horribly menacing edge to it.
I know what this is,
whispered Mum.
Did you say something, George?
Said the hoarse, gruff voice. There was a pause. Mum and I held our breath.
George? Did you say something? Oh, well, be like that. I should tell you something, though, Georgie. I'm afraid we made a bit of a mess upstairs. Spike got a bit boisterous, if you know what I mean. But it's all right. Your missus is clearing it up. Looks like it could do with a good clean down here as well, George. Don't half pong. I don't know how you stand it.
There was another slight pause, and then the first voice started again.
Look, George, I'm beginning to lose my patience. Wipe your bottom, come out, and take your medicine like a good boy. We don't want to do no more damage to your lovely boozer. No, nor to your lovely family, George. Your missus has had a little accident already, and I expect your little girl is all tucked up in bed, isn't she? We could always ask Spike to go in and untuck her, of course. Would you enjoy that, Spike?
Spike made a kind of gurgling noise. It fell silent again. I looked at Mum, but she was ashen, blank.
All right, George,
came the first voice.
I've had enough of this. If you ain't coming out to play, we better come in and get you. Do the honours, will you, Spike?
Spike grunted, and then the door at the end crashed open.
Well, he's not in that one. Go on, Spike.
The door next to us crashed open.
He's not in that one either. So he must be in this one. I can't see his feet. That's 'cause he's got himself braced between the walls. That's what you done, ain't you, George? Oldest trick in the book. Can't be easy for a fatso like him, though. Must be getting tired, ain't you, George?
There was a tapping at our door, right next to my head.
Come on, Georgie Porgy. Open up, Georgie.
Mum, I mouthed at her. What do we do? He rapped twice, harder this time.
We can't wait all day, George.
It's all right, Mum whispered. I've got an idea.
Well, I'm sorry you won't cooperate, George. Put your boot to it, Spike.
Mum moved her hand to push open the cupboard door. No, Mum, don't! But she did. The door swung outward. I squeezed my eyes tight shut and waited for the worst. But when I opened them, there was no one there. The room was silent. I looked left. I looked right. Storage boxes, concrete floor, ladder. Mum stepped out of the cupboard and looked around her. It just came to me, she said. All we needed to do was open the door. I don't understand. It's because that's what your grandpa did. That's what came to me. You see, he waited until the last possible moment, and then he dropped to the ground, unbolted the door, and he give it 'em, didn't he? What do you mean? Well, he had his sawn-off shotgun with him. He gave old Danny one barrel straight in the face. Norman took the other barrel, point blank in the chest. The young one, Spike, he backed off into the corner, He must have cowered there for a moment or two, terrified out of his wits, because your grandpa reloaded, took a couple of steps towards him, and gave him both barrels in the head. Oh, my God! Of course, the police were already on their way. They'd got wind of the disturbance up in the pub. When your grandpa got to the top of the stairs, they arrested him. They took your nan in as well, and they sent a WPC up to my bedroom. She brought me down in my dressing gown, and that was it. The last time I set foot in the China ship. She paused and blinked away a tear. And then what? Your nan got 5 years for receiving stolen goods, and I got taken into care. Oh, Mum. Your grandpa got 3 life sentences. My God. Why didn't I know this before? When did he come out? He didn't. You mean he died in prison? Oh, no, love. He's still there. This was too much information, too many things to come to terms with. And those men, I could hardly get the words out. Those 3 men, why were they here? They come back for him, I suppose. Unfinished business. Unfinished business? What does that mean? Does it mean they'll come again? Before Mum had a chance to answer, we heard footsteps on the stairs above. No, Mum, no! 3 sets of footsteps. 3 voices. Mum? Get in the cupboard. I couldn't bring myself to move. She grabbed my hand and tugged me. Come on, love, we have to. We made it just in time. A second later, the door to the storeroom opened with a creak. All right, we know you're in here.
Last Orders at the China Ship was written by Elgin Barrett and performed by Katie Cottrell. Technical presentation was by Malcolm Blackmore and music by John Was.
Ne aflăm la sfârșitul celor 2 zile de conferință. Până la urmă, în ciuda tuturor provocărilor, am încercat și cred că am și reușit să ducem mai departe tradiția. Cu siguranță că ediția 13 va fi una memorabilă, în ciuda obstacolelor și în formatului. Am trecut prin toate stările, de la agonie la extaz și trebuie să mărturisesc că în ultimele 3 luni am vrut de nenumărate ori să renunțăm. Nu este un secret că cu toții încercăm să ne imaginăm momentul în care ceva ne va opri. Este ca în sportul de performanță. Știi că la un moment dat trebuie să renunți și îți faci tot felul de scenarii. Dar acesta nu era unul dintre ele, așa că efectul a fost invers, ne-am ambiționat și ne-am încurajat reciproc. Și așa cum era de așteptat de altfel, încurajarea și insistența au venit din partea editurilor, a trainerilor, care ne-au făcut să realizăm că acum, mai mult ca niciodată, avem nevoie să fim conectați. Și iată că am făcut-o și pe asta. Ba mai mult, în această perioadă, din nevoia de a comunica direct cu dumneavoastră, în timp real, s-a născut conceptul de Fischer English Hub, un loc comun în care să ne împărtășim ideile, gândurile și temerile deopotrivă. În perioada pandemiei, mi-aș fi dorit foarte mult să fie existat deja acest grup. Noi, cei din echipa Fischer, am petrecut peste 10 ore pe zi, vorbind cu fiecare dintre dumneavoastră, încercând să vă fim alături și să vă ajutăm. Revenind la scopul conferinței noastre și anume acela de a vă ține la curent cu noutățile din domeniul predării, aș vrea să subliniez ceea ce s-a spus deja, și anume că nu descoperim roata. Materialele de care aveți nevoie pentru predarea online, la distanță sau în sistem hibrid există. Toate seriile de succes cu care lucrați se găsesc atât în varianta tipărită, cât și în cea digitală. Mulți dintre dumneavoastră știți despre ce vorbesc, întrucât, în perioada de carantină, editurile partenere au oferit acces gratuit la astfel de materiale. Știu că a fost o perioadă grea, iar săptămânile care urmează vor fi extrem de aglomerate. De aceea ne-am propus ca în zilele care urmează să facem scurte demonstrații practice despre cum se folosesc materialele interactive care se află pe platformele de tip LMS sau cum puteți să folosiți în mod eficient platformele de comunicare în procesul de predare folosind materiale de tip e-book. Și cum astăzi a fost o zi încărcată și lungă, mă opresc aici, dar nu înainte de a vă mulțumi încă o dată dumneavoastră, dragi profesori și părinți, speakerilor noștri, partenerilor noștri de la Fundația Dan Voiculescu și nu în ultimul rând colegilor mei de la Fischer International și Zebra Media din Odorheiu Secuiesc. Vă reamintesc că începând cu această ediție, la Conferința Fischer International vom avea sesiuni dedicate și profesorilor de alte discipline, dar și părinților. Noi, cei de la Fischer International, fiecare dintre dumneavoastră, împreună cu partenerii noștri externi, autori, speaker, redactori, putem să facem lucruri minunate împreună, pentru elevii și pentru copiii noștri. Stă în voința noastră să creăm o comunitate puternică. Acum suntem convinși că acest eveniment va continua, așadar vă dau întâlnire anul viitor, la aceeași dată, la cea de-a 14-a ediție. Succes în noul an școlar și să ne revedem cu bine! Thank you all and stay safe!